This video contains subject matter that may be offensive and disturbing to some people. If you are the type to require a warning throughout a video or show, let this message serve as your warning. This channel discusses the harsh reality of true crime. If this warning is not sufficient for you, consider a different genre and unsubscribe from my channel immediately. What's going on, freaks? For those of you who watched the Day Show today, I hope you thought it was interesting. Didn't reach the goal, but you got to see the Walter R. Hibbard case. Wasn't that a crazy one, you guys? How he got to cut his head off of his wife and do all that crazy shit, and then he gets out, and then he hangs out and dies in 2005 when the murders were 1938. Crazy, huh? Thank you, Middleman Joe 59. So if you guys can help support the channel tonight and make up for today, and just in general, that'd be awesome. Appreciate it. All right, let's see. My power, they had to redo the whole electrical panel and everything like that, and then the electricity coming from, how it goes outside and then into your house, they said it was like cracked, and it was so dangerous. They were like, oh shit, so they had to replace stuff that they weren't going to replace, and I don't know. We'll see how it goes, but everything was back up and running, so I had no power. It seems like every time the information comes out on Delphi, I'm doing something. I finally get a vacation. I go to Abandoned Dunes. Oh, there they go. There's an arrest made or something. It's crazy. Then I knew for certain that the documents would be released in that 7-hour window. So then, of course, I couldn't. I was like, 85, 90 over here. So. Mm-hmm. Thanks for 3 Boys Mom for 4 months and 31 by Brian Joe. Yeah. Yep, so today they released documents in the Delphi murders, Richard Allen, like court papers and so forth. And, it was something, remember that document that we read? We've gone over and done the, what do you call it? Sort of, well, let me just show you. Like when we go over the timeline over here of Richard Allen being at the bridge, parking over here at the abandoned CPS building, different individuals driving by and so forth. Hey, thanks, Cali Gal 3, whoa! Now that's a good start right there. I think there was part of it, we were always wondering how it just sort of stops abruptly in the document. And it turns out, it looks like they completely eliminated a segment which is in these documents. So we'll go over that. We probably should just go over that first and then see if we can find anything else. How's that sound? Instead of slow playing all the way to the end. What's going on the screen there? What are these things? What is that? Oh, those are people. Zoom guests if there were some. Thank you, Texas Annie. I'm not sure if it made the sound yet. Hopefully everything's working. But if not, it would have went da-na-na-na-na-na. And thanks, Texas Annie, and also Mods, thank you for being here. And you're probably, who knows, but usually when we cover the Delphi case, that's when the crazy people come out of the woodwork. All right, so let's just start with the the document that, oops, let's see. Man, you know, I by the way, we have an electric generator. It's pretty sweet. So I already knew it was going to happen, so I plugged it in to the wall, and then when the power cut out, the refrigerator worked the whole day. We still had another 6 hours of battery power left to go. Pretty cool little situation there. Let's see. Alright, let me get my music playing. Gotta have that in the background. There we go. Now, so I've been kind of going through these. Now you can see how many documents there are. These are ones I haven't looked at yet. These are ones that I looked at and they were kind of like just nothing, really. Nothing that I found interesting. It has the ability to be a solar generator. I don't use it for that currently. And then these are the ones that I thought were interesting. You know, maybe there was some interesting stuff, but the last few here, is it this one? Let me see. Maybe it's this. Is it that one? I'll just take the larger. All right, we'll just go with that. You can't see it yet, but. And then we'll go through all the different documents later. But let's just do this one first. Thank you, Kevin. Are the I don't know if the oh yeah, I don't have them on. So now the Streamlabs is on. So sorry about that. Caligal 3, it would have had that cool cat eye sound. And thank you very much, Texas Annie and Kevin. So here we go. I'm just going to start down here. This is basically that same thing, but this is that narrative that's at the bottom of the document. So it goes through and really specifically talks about the witnesses and the timing of it. This is the... Thank you, Teresa Murray. This is the... It seems like they cut it off somewhere around down in here. But there's more information, as you can see. It keeps on going. So I guess we're just going to read this whole thing again. All right. I'm going to just go. I'll just start from. It's only 8 pages long, so we'll just start at the top here. It is reading, everybody, but that's how you don't miss something. Some people just highlight something and go, oh yeah, and then they have a 6-hour conversation on the highlight. It's always better to do the whole thing so that you have a better picture of what's actually going on. So we'll do the same thing with the map and everything, but it's different. It's worded differently than we've done before. All right, so here we go. On February 14, 2017, Abby and Libby were found deceased in the woods approximately 0.2 miles northeast of the Monon High Bridge in Carroll County. Their bodies were located at the north side of Deer Creek. At the time, the Monon High Bridge Trail was approximately 1 mile gravel trail terminating at the Monon High Bridge. The Monon High Bridge is an abandoned railroad trestle approximately 0.25 miles long, spanning the Deer Creek and Deer Creek Valley on the southeast end of the trail. Approximately 0.7 miles northwest of the trail was the northwestern edge of the Monon High Bridge, is the Freedom Bridge. Yeah, so we I don't know if we need to go through that, but I mean, if you just look at on here, there's a Freedom Bridge. Here is Deer Creek. They were found on the north side, right in this area here. The GPS coordinates they have in the Ron Logan document are right there. But based on visual observations and the, where the yellow crime scene tape was, it's more in this area. So I'm not sure if that was just sort of a they didn't want to put the exact location there, but it's close. Not sure. Hey, welcome, Vintage Mom of 3. And thank you, Reputa Debuta. And thank you, Kim M. Yeah. Okay. I mean, it sounds like a lot of this could actually is from the... Well, no, it is different. It's worded differently. And I remember going through this. This seems more like how the summary was at the end. Through interviews, reviews of electronic records, and review of video at the Hoosier Harvest Store. So for those of you who don't know where the Hoosier Harvest Store, it's right there. This is an incredibly key camera that was located on this. Hey, thank you, Mama She 13. There was a camera right here that has really... Without this camera, it would have been hard to put together a really clear timeline of what was going on. That camera right there is absolutely invaluable to law enforcement. And then once they got the name Richard Allen, it sort of was able to... They were able to put a face to what they knew. Because they had all this stuff before. That's what's interesting when you go through this. They had all of this prior to Richard Allen. It was only when Richard Allen, you were able to put a face to, okay, that's his vehicle. That's Richard Allen walking by the three girls. That's Richard Allen at the beginning of the bridge. That's Richard Allen. You see what I'm saying? They already knew that was the guy, though. Not Richard Allen, but that there was a guy there. All right, so it says Harvest Store investigators believe Abby and Libby were dropped off across from the Mears farm at 1:49 p.m. on February 13, 2017 by Kelsey German. The Mears farm is located on the north side of Country Road 300 north near an entrance to the trails. Yeah, so again, for those of you who don't know Mears farm, that's this, not that building. It's right here, this one right here. And here's the parking place that the girls were dropped off. Then they walked down this trail and they took a left. Right there. They encountered a male subject on the southeast portion of the Monon High Bridge. The male ordered the girls down the hill. No witnesses saw them after this time. No outgoing communications were found. See, this is that summary that was on the other document. Were found on the victim 2's phone after this time. Their bodies were discovered on February 14, 2017. The video recovered from victim 2's phone shows victim 1. So Libby is victim 2. So the video recovered from Libby's phone shows Abby walking southeast on the Monon High Bridge while a male subject wearing a dark jacket and jeans walks behind her. And we've seen that because that is this one right here. That's the video. Guys. Sorry about that. Back to this one. Yeah. Ron Logan had nothing to do with it. Alright, well, he might have some ancillary, sort of like, oh, he's part of this a ring of people. I don't really know. I believe that Richard Allen and Keegan Kline, there's a connection, but there very well could not be, because we've seen cases with crazy coincidences like that. But I believe that. And if it's not that, it'll be weird, but it won't be crazy. Like, oh my God, but I'd feel like, Jesus, that is, I mean, because we've already seen cases where there's weird coincidences. Thank you, Tania Animas. The video recovered from Libby's phone showed Abby walking southeast on the Monon High Bridge while a male subject wearing dark jacket and jeans walks behind her. That's what we just saw. They don't show Abby, but we've always known that Abby's in the video. As the male subject approaches Abby and Libby, One of the victims mentions gun. We've already said that for years, that Abby says, he's got a gun. Is that a gun? He's got a gun. Something like that. Near the end of the video, a male is seen and heard telling the girls, guys, down the hill. The girls then begin to proceed down the hill, and the video ends. A still photograph taken from the video and the guys down the hill audio was subsequently released to the public to assist investigators in identifying the male. So yeah, they took it's not a photograph though, that's imprecise wording there. It's a still frame from a video. Then Libby and Abby's deaths were ruled as homicides. Well, I just said that, Danielle. Victim 1 and 2's deaths were ruled as homicides. Clothes were found in the Deer Creek belonging to... I thought this was different. I don't remember reading this in that other document. Even though everybody's kind of known this. Then now you sort of wonder, is that those images that are floating around, if those are true, but it says... Clothes were found in Deer Creek belonging to Libby and Abby south of where their bodies were located. So that just means right in the water. So if we go up here, and here's where they were found, and then south of there is in the water. And the river, I believe, let's see, man, now I can't remember which way. Yeah, it flows this way. So if it's south of their bodies, it just remained in the water, probably caught on a snag or something in the water, because it would have flowed this way, and that would have been immediately referred to as west of them. Okay? That makes sense? Thank you, Lillian. Let's see, where are we at? Okay, Abby and Libby's deaths were ruled as homicide. Clothes were found in Deer Creek belonging to both of them. There was also a .40 caliber unspent round less than 2 feet away, and they've had that the whole time, from victim 2's body between Abby and Libby's bodies. So it was 2 feet away from Libby's body, but it was between both of them. So that means, we know what that means, is that Abby and Libby are greater than 4 feet apart, right? Because if it was right in the middle, they would have said lying directly between them, 2 feet. But it wasn't. It was 2 feet from Libby, but it was between them, so that means Abby is 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, something like that. We don't know what the distance is. Let's see. The round was unspent and had extraction marks on it. Interviews were conducted with 3 juveniles, RV, BW, and AS. So now at least we have initials in there. They advised they were on the Mononhai Bridge Trail on February 13, 2017. They advised they were walking on the trail towards Freedom Bridge to go home when they encountered a male walking from the Freedom Bridge towards the Mononhai Bridge. AS described the male as kind of creepy and advised he was wearing like blue jeans, like a really blue jacket, and his hair was gray, maybe a little brown. And I mean, that's exactly Richard Allen, right? And he did not really show his face. She was advised the jacket was a duck canvas type jacket. RV advised, she said hi to Richard Allen, the male, but he just glared at them. She recalled him being in all black and had something covering his mouth. She described him as not very tall, with a bigger build. And, somebody saying all black, you could just see somebody's memory, because it is dark, so, you just might not remember it. Some people have better memory for stuff like that. People in, the wacko conspiracy theories will say, wow, there was another guy, there was another one wearing all black, or they have the wrong person. That wasn't all black. Even though Richard Allen himself says he ran into the 3 people. I mean, that's what's so amazing. It's like, Richard Allen is dumb, I mean, the detail he was giving. Well, Gray, that just shows that he's innocent, because what criminal would do that? a dumb one. You know, there's a lot of dumb people out there. She advised the jacket was a duck canvas type jacket. RV advised, she said hi to the male, but okay, we already did that. Not very tall, with a bigger build. She said he was not bigger than 5'10". RV advised he was wearing a black hoodie, black jeans, and black boots. She stated he had his hands in his pockets. BW showed investigators photographs she took. So I wonder if Richard Allen had his hoodie over his head, and he had that brown hat on, and then maybe later took the hoodie off. And then that's what you see on the bridge, like the hoodie was just kind of crumpled up behind him. She stated he had his hands in his pockets. Let's see, wow, where have I seen hands in the pockets before? Where the hell was that? Oh, he still got his hands in his pockets. Wow, how weird. Yeah, so there you go. Hands in the pockets. Bigger than 5'10", RV advised that he was wearing a black hoodie, black jeans, black boots. She stated he had his hands in his pockets. BW showed investigators photographs she took on her phone while she was on the trail that day. The photographs included a photo of the Monon High Bridge taken at 12:43. That was when, yeah, she was at the Monon High Bridge, and another taken at 1:26 at the bench east of Freedom Bridge. So at 1:26, she was at 12. What was the first one? 12:43. She was right here. There's the three girls. I already have it pinned in there. They made it to here, and they walked back this direction, and then stopped at this bench right here at 1:26 and took some more photographs. Advised after she took the photo of the bench, they started walking back towards Freedom Bridge. She advised that was when they encountered the man who matched the description of the photograph taken from Libby's video. BW described the man she encountered on the trail as wearing a blue or black windbreaker jacket. She advised the jacket had a collar and he had his hood up from the clothing underneath his jacket. She advised he was wearing baggy jeans. I mean, that's so precise right there. See, this doesn't seem like that was in that other document. I don't know. She advised the jacket had a collar and he had his hood up from the clothing underneath. Maybe she did. I think I kind of remember that. His jacket. She advised he was wearing baggy jeans and was taller than her. She advised her head came up to approximately his shoulder. She advised RV said hi to the man and that he said nothing back. She stated he was walking with a purpose, like he knew where he was going. See, that's crazy, right? Because if that's true, then that means he was going there to meet Abby and Libby, or Libby specifically, probably. And to me, that's where it sort of is the link between he and Kagan Klein, because Kagan Klein apparently had communicated with Libby that day and was supposed to meet her. So doesn't it seem strange to you guys? I mean, does anybody else just find it absolutely amazing? None of these documents appear to reference Keegan Klein whatsoever. And you would think they would do something like that unless that's part of the, like, they don't want that out there because, you know, that's the deal, that it would put him in jeopardy while in prison. But wouldn't you just think, again, everybody, we say this every single time, that it's really strange that a catfishing account is communicating with Libby, supposed to meet them that day, but the only reason that the catfishing account didn't get to meet up with Libby that day was because a random killer named Richard Allen was on the bridge and he decided to kill that day. And yet there's no connection at all. It was just really an unfortunate day. That's where it just seems wild to me. Now, it could turn out that he never said he was going to be there that day, and then that would sort of change that up a little bit. Yeah. She stated he had his hands in his pockets and kept his head down like he was on a mission. He was going there to meet somebody. And and by the way, everybody, so we've gone over this on other shows. There's probably people watching that hadn't seen the other shows. But when you do the timing here, the girls were right here at what was it? Thank you, Danielle. I think that's dumb.
That's dumb, but hey, he evaded for 5 years, so something worked in his reasoning, unfortunately.
Well, it didn't really work. He just got lucky. Yeah. Remember, the conservation officer didn't give the right people the right information, or it just, whatever. Whoever knows how it works. Anyways, right here, at 1:27. So think about how crazy this is, you guys. Right here on this bench at 1:26. That's where those three girls were taking that picture. While they were standing here and just kind of milling around, Richard Allen drives by at 1:27. So they're still probably just sitting here at the bench. He drives by behind them, like this. And then he goes over and parks his vehicle, backs it in over here at the abandoned CPS building. Then he starts walking like this, and probably, 1:37 or so, he walks like that, then goes over the Freedom Bridge, and right here, those three girls were walking this direction, probably encountered them at like 1:36 or 7 or 38, something like that. Then he starts walking because he's supposed to meet Libby and Abby there. And guess what? Libby and Abby are dropped off by Kelsey right here at 1:49. So that means, he's 1:38 over here. He's right on the right time. He's on time. He wants to get there a little early, though, right? So he goes down and he keeps on walking, and he goes down to the start of the bridge over here. Probably got over here by, let's just say like 1:40. Let's see, about 1:48. Yeah, he's over here. And then Libby and Abby get dropped off at 1:49. I mean, it's crazy. It's just this tight window, and he's right there. She advised the jacket had a collar. Okay, we already did that. She advised she did not get a good look at his face, but believed him to be a white male. The girls advised after encountering the male, they continued their walk across Freedom Bridge and the old railroad bridge over Old State 25. Investigators spoke with Betsy Blair, who advised she was on the trails on February 13th. So that's obviously the person. I don't know if they meant to leave that in there, so I apologize if that's not supposed to be in there or not. But that's an adult. So this is who I would call Susan. Remember the little person I would call Susan? That's her. And I'm sure people are going to be reaching out and, Investigators spoke with Betsy, who advised she was on the trails on February 13, 2017. Video from the Hoosier Harvest Store captured Betsy's vehicle traveling eastbound at 1:46 p.m. towards the entrance across. So the way it worked is Betsy pulls and drives right by this camera at 1:46, parks here and goes on the trail and heads towards the bridge. Abby and Libby were dropped off at 1:49. So there's probably, Betsy literally probably got there 1 minute before Kelsey drove up and dropped the girls off, and then they were just kind of milling about and so forth, waiting to see if somebody was showing up, but they didn't see anybody. And Betsy's on an exercise route, so she's heading down like this and goes to the end of the bridge here, and she gets probably at the end of the bridge at like 1:55, I'm just guessing. And then she turns around and goes back this way and passes Abby and Libby on their way to the bridge. You see what I'm saying? I mean, right there, Abby and Libby are going this direction, and the only person left in front of them is the bridge guy, who is Richard Allen. He even admits to being there. This lady, Sue, or I called Sue, but now it's Betsy, saw Richard Allen standing on platform 1. In the second interview, not the one with the conservation officer, but the one after he was arrested, he said he was standing on platform 1. I mean, and he's wearing the same clothes, he even says in that interview. yeah. Anyways, I'm going through this again because there's more information, but it's always good to put it in there because there's people out there that still think Ron Logan's the guy. Ron Logan. Ooh. I wish he could sue people from the grave. It's ridiculous. Let's see. She described the male he saw as a white male wearing blue jeans and a blue jacket. She advised he was standing on the first platform. So here we go. Betsy advised there was no other cars parked across from the Mears farm. So when she got there, she was it. Then Kelsey pulls up, drops the kids off, and takes off. So her car would still be the only one there. She advised she walked on the Monenhigh Bridge and observed a male walk to the Monenhigh Bridge, So she walked right to where the wood starts and then turned around, and she saw a male matching Libby's video. She described the male she saw as a white male wearing blue jeans, a blue jean jacket. She advised he was standing on the first platform of the Monenhigh Bridge approximately 50 feet from her. She advised she turned around at the bridge and continued her walk. She advised approximately halfway between the bridge and the parking area across from the Mears farm, she passed two girls walking towards the Monenhigh Bridge. She advised she believed the girls were Abby and Libby. Video from the Hoosier Harvest Store shows at 1:49 p.m. a white car matching Kelsey German's vehicle traveling away from the entrance across from the Mears farm. Betsy advised she finished her walk and saw no other adults other than the male on the bridge. Her vehicle was seen on Hoosier Harvest Store video at 2:14 p.m. Her vehicle, at the Hoosier Harvest Store video at 2:14 p.m., leaving westbound from the trails. Betsy advised when she was leaving, she noted a vehicle was parked in an odd manner at the old Child Protective Services building. She said it was not odd for vehicles to be parked there, but she noticed it was odd because of the manner it was parked backed in near the building. Investigators received a tip from Terry Wilson in which he stated he was on his way to Delphi on State Road 25 around 2:10 p.m. on February 13, 2017. He observed a purple PT or small SUV type vehicle parked on the south side of old CPS building. He stated it appeared as though it was backed in as to conceal the license plate of the vehicle. Betsy and Terry both drew diagrams of where they saw the vehicle parked, and their diagrams generally matched as to the area the vehicle was parked and the manner in which it was parked. Wesley McWhirter advised he remembered seeing a smaller dark-colored car parked at the old CPS building. He described it as possibly being a smart car. So these are people just driving by and remember a car being parked there. McWhirter's vehicle was seen leaving at 2:28 p.m. on the Hoosier Harvest Store video. Investigators spoke with Sarah Carbo, who stated that she was traveling east on 300 North on February 13, 2022, and observed a male subject walking west on the north side of 300 North away from the Monenhigh Bridge. Sarah advised that the male subject was wearing a blue-colored jacket and blue jeans and was muddy and bloody. She further stated that it appeared he had gotten into a fight. Investigators were able to determine from watching the video from the Hoosier Harvest Store that Sarah Carborough was traveling on CR 300. No, and yes, your original statement in the question is real. You just go to the store and buy a box of them. 300 North at approximately 3:57 p.m. So she says she saw a person muddy and bloody. Through interviews, electronic data, photographs, and video from the Hoosier Harvest Store, investigators determined that there were other people on the trail that day after 2:13 p.m. Those people were interviewed, and none of those individuals encountered the male subject referenced above, witnessed by juvenile girls Betsy Blair and Sarah Carbaugh. Further, none of those individuals witnessed victim 1 and victim 2. So, yeah, there was other people that showed up later, like, Cheyenne and Derek and, flannel shirt guy, and they're walking around out there. Let's see. Well, Richard Allen is the bridge guy. That's why he looks like the bridge guy. And you guys, if you guys watched the show last night, you'll see that we are on our next funding of DNA projects out there. We have 3 that we're currently putting funding together, which make 11. So if you guys would like to help support this channel, it helps support me and allows me to keep doing these shows. And that also I donate over 50% of the net revenue from YouTube to various true crime related charities, including a DNA fund that we've put close to $60,000 in it over the last 3 years. All right, so we got goals and so forth that we try to meet on the channel, and that's the only way to keep it going. So there you go. There's the goal up there, and there's the super freak in the bottom right. We've got 792 people watching. Seems like it should be something pretty easy to do. All right. So through interviews, electronic data, photographs, and video from the Hoosier Harvest Store, investigators determined that there were other people on the trail that day after 2:13. So all these people show up. Richard Allen says he was there from 1:30 to 3:30. These people that got there at 2:13 and later, they didn't see Abby and Libby or Richard Allen or the suspect, because he is that person. He is, at that moment, when everybody else is there, he's at the crime scene with the girls, because at 2:13, he orders the girls down the hill, and nobody saw him or the girls again until 3:57 when he was seen muddy and bloody. So that means he was at the crime scene for a good hour and a half. Yeah, those are really common guns, so you can't just look at the types of guns people own and say, let me check your gun, let me do some ejection marks. There has to be a probable cause and some sort of a reason. Anyways, can we just get through this stuff and not get caught up on those kind of little minute details like that? Yeah, I know. Hey, I gotta remove that one, this account. Do you mind if I get to the information first? Thanks. Through interviews, electronic data, photographs, and video from the Hoosier Harvest Store, investigators determined that there were other people on the trail after 2:13 p.m. Those people were interviewed, and none of those individuals encountered the male subject referenced above, witnessed by the juvenile girls, Betsy Blair, Sarah Carbo, so 5 different people. None of the individuals witnessed Abby and Libby. Investigators reviewed prior tips, encountered a tip narrative from an officer, interviewed Richard M. Allen in 2017. Hey, thanks, Vintage Mama 3. Investigators reviewing prior tips encountered a tip narrative from an officer who interviewed Richard M. Allen in 2017. That narrative stated Mr. Allen was on the trail between 1:30 and 3:30, exactly during that time, right? He parked at the old Farm Bureau building and walked to the new Freedom Bridge. See, I mean, it's exactly what we were saying a long time ago. Once we heard that the person was there's a car parked at the abandoned CPS building, we thought he walked right here on this trail, just like this, around. Then he was on the Freedom Bridge, and then he walks over like that. And that's exactly what it says right here. He walked to the new Freedom Bridge. Well, at the Freedom Bridge, he saw 3 females. He noted one taller and had brown or black hair. He did not remember description, nor did he speak with them. He walked from the Freedom Bridge to the High Bridge. Thank you, Elaine. He did not see anybody, although he stated he was watching a stock ticker on his phone as he walked. I wonder when he said why he said that part.
Chewbacca?
Oh, I'll be Chewbacca if you want me to.
I wonder why he said that he was looking at a stock ticker. He stated there were vehicles, because they wouldn't have said, hey, these girls said you look like you had your head down. You know?
really just plead guilty in court now to save the families from a long, grueling trial?
Yeah, I hope so. Well, I mean, I'd like to see what other evidence they've got. There were vehicles parked at the High Bridge Trail ahead, where, however, did not pay attention to them. No, wait, excuse me, this is what he says. Let me go back there. He stated there were vehicles parked at the High Bridge. There should have only been one when he walked in. However, did not pay attention to them. He did not take any photos or video. His cell phone did not list an IMEI, but did have the following. So he has that. So these are numbers that maybe they can use to see where his phone was located or pinged or something like that. Let's see. Investigators believe Mr. Allen was referring to the former Child Protective Services building, as there was not a Farm Bureau building in the area, nor had there been. Investigators believe the females he saw included RV, BW, and AS due to the time they were leaving. So it's absolutely perfect, right, when they were leaving. Yeah, so he admits to seeing those three girls. They admit to seeing him. So that is him. So isn't that amazing, you guys? Think about that for a second. The girls admit to seeing him, this guy, and Richard Allen admits to seeing those three girls. So those three girls are seeing him, and he saw them. That means he's placing himself on the trails right during that time. Investigators discovered Richard Allen owned two vehicles in 2017, a 2016 black Ford Focus and a 2006 gray Ford 500. Investigators observed a vehicle that resembled Allen's 2016 Ford Focus on the Hoosier Harvest Store video at 1:27 p.m. traveling westbound on CR 300 North in front of the Hoosier Harvest Store. So at 1:27, like we were saying earlier, he says he got there at 1:30. He literally says that in his statements. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I got there at 1:30. So right here at 1:27, a car resembling his pulls this way, and then Richard Allen himself admits to parking at the abandoned CPS building. He called it a different building, but that building is like 5 miles away. This is the only abandoned building right here, and he clarifies it even further the second time. So he parks right here, and then walks this direction, goes on to the Freedom Bridge, and then those girls that were at here taking pictures at 1:26, they pass him right here. I mean, it's literally, that is what happened. I mean, Richard Allen sees those three girls. So then he keeps walking this way, just like he said he was doing, with his head down, looking at his ticker symbol. Investigator, okay, let's see, where did that part? At 1:27, traveling westbound on CR 300 North in front of the Hoosier Harvest Store. That's 1:20. That's his vehicle, which coincided with his statement that he arrived at 1:30. Investigators note witnesses describe the vehicle parked at the former Child Protective Service building as a PT Cruiser, small SUV, or smart car. Investigators believe those descriptions are similar in nature to a 2016 Ford Focus. On October 13th, 2022, Richard Allen was interviewed again. So the information we were just listening to was, for some reason, they don't give us the date here. I'm not sure why they don't tell us the exact date that officer talked to him. I mean, that's important information, especially for the sort of the lameness. I think they're leaving it out on purpose, because they don't want to say, yeah, we talked to him on February 5th, February 14th, or the 15th, right around the time, right? They don't want to say that stuff. On October 13th, 2022, Richard Allen was interviewed again by investigators. He advised he was on the trails on February 13th, 2017. So he admits this. This is Richard Allen talking right now. He said, hey, I saw some girls on the trails east of the Freedom Bridge, and then later I went onto the Modenheim Bridge. And then he said, I went out there on platform 1 to look at some fish. Later in his statement, he said he walked out on the first platform on the bridge. Oh, man. So not only does it say he goes out on the bridge, He says he goes out on the first platform exactly where Betsy saw him. So she gets over here to the start of the bridge right here. I called her Sue. She stopped right there and sees a man that matches Libby's video standing on platform 1 right there. Now Richard Allen himself says that he is standing on that bridge. Do you get how damning this stuff is again? I mean, we're going through this because the new information is at the bottom of this. Yeah, I don't know why. I mean, the names are just on the screen too. I don't know why they didn't keep them marked out, but I don't know. I'm not sure if I'm not supposed. I mean, this document was released here, you know. So I guess it's just what they do. I'm not sure why they don't keep. They're not redacted or anything like that. So, what do you guys think? I mean, it's sort of like the genie's out of the bottle, you know. Alright, so Richard Allen further stated he went out onto the Monon High Bridge to watch the fish. Later in his statement, he said he walked out to the first platform on the bridge. He stated he then walked back, sat on a bench on the trail, and then left. See, I always think, don't you think it's weird that when he went out on the bridge, huh? I don't know what you're referring to, Zozo. Does that mean they will be in court? I mean, does that mean they will be in court? Maybe, I don't know. I don't know which element you're referring to because you guys are so far delayed, and I read a lot. He stated he then walked back, sat on a bench. I think what it is he thinks they may have swabbed the benches in that park and wanted to say, oh yeah, I went and sat on a bench, because there'd be no really any other reason to say that. I think they might be in court, so maybe they've been advised not to talk to anybody. Who knows? He further claimed he saw no one else except for the juvenile girls he saw. Oh wait, hold on. I gotta go up here. He stated he then walked back, sat on a bench on the trail, and then he left. He stated he parked his car on the side of an old building. Okay, well that's the CPS building. He told investigators that he was wearing blue jeans. Listen to what Richard Allen himself says he was wearing. So hold on. Let's do it like this. Richard Allen says he was wearing blue jeans. Now I gotta get that. Let me rewind it here. Said he's wearing blue jeans, a black or Carhartt jacket, with a hood. Boy, that doesn't look anything like that. Yeah, it's weird. He didn't look anything like what he described. I didn't see a person wearing blue jeans, a blue Carhartt jacket, and a hoodie. He said he advised he may have been wearing some type of head covering as well. And if you watched the show a few weeks ago, let me see if I can find this thing. I'm going to go to it right now. Hold on. Yeah, I have an image of that one. Well, that is a Carhartt. Why do you need to look at a Carhartt jacket? That is the Carhartt jacket. Yeah, can I just do the show the way I wanted? It's just like, come on, let me do it, please. I'm just trying to find my Richard Allen folder. And then it's all in there. Ah, hell, I can't see it in there. So anyways, there's a picture of him when he's playing pool, where he has his brown knit stocking cap, or something like that, on his head, but it even sticks out a little bit in the front. And that's what it kind of looked like. It almost looks identical if you watched it on the show. It looks like he's got a hoodie, and then he's got the hat on his head, the stocking cap. Thanks, Phony Pin. All right, there you go. There you go, Ada. There's a blue Carhartt jacket, something like that, thicker, ish, something, That's what she just thought. That's what he thought he might be wearing. Could even be a little thinner like this, This one. How about like there's some hoodies on these over here. What do you mean today is the day? It's been the day for a long time, Galaxy Girl. It was the day. Get caught up on the lingo. October 28th was the day.
Chewbacca?
Oh, I'll do Chewbacca if you want me to.
Okay. Where did I put that? I know I have the folder, but it doesn't seem like it's not in the right. I'll find it later. Let me just try this one last time here. I'm gonna look in this folder. I'll show it to you in a minute. Come on. Yeah, no, it's not in there. Richard Allen's wife, Kathy Allen, also spoke to investigators. See, this is different information. He further claimed he saw no one else except for the juvenile girls he saw east of the Freedom Bridge. Right, because you're not going to admit that you saw the girl who saw you when you were standing on platform 1, nor will you admit that you saw Abby and Libby, who were absolutely heading your way and would have ran into you in about 2 minutes after passing Betsy. Okay, so then, anyways, Richard Allen's wife, Kathy, also spoke to investigators. She confirmed that Richard did have guns and knives at the residence. That was in the last, the older document. She also stated that Richard still owns a blue Carhartt jacket. On October 13, 2022, investigators executed a search warrant of Richard Allen's residence at 1967 North Whiteman Drive, Delphi. Among other items, officers located jackets, boots, knives, firearms, including a Sig Sauer model P226 .40 caliber pistol with serial number U625-627. Between October 14, 2022 and October 19, 2022, so 10 months ago, not even that, 8, the Indiana State Police Laboratory performed an analysis on Allen's Sig Sauer model P226. The laboratory performed a physical examination and classification of the firearm, function test, barrel and overall length measurement test, firing ammunition component, characterization, microscopic comparison, blah, 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 blah. And identification opinion is reached when the evidence exhibits an agreement. So down here it says sufficient agreement is related to the significant duplication of random striated impression marks as evidenced by the correspondence of pattern. So they're just looking to see, they had to try to recreate the ejection and see if they could, and it seems like they made a match, so see if his gun creates the same striations that were on the bullet found near Libby's body. Investigators then ran the firearm and found that the firearm was purchased by Richard Allen in 2001. Richard Allen voluntarily came to the Indiana State Police Post on October 26. He spoke with investigators and stated he never allowed anyone to use or borrow, so it must have been the 26th, not 28. He didn't allow a soul to borrow the Sig Sauer model P226. When asked about the unspent bullet, he did not have an explanation of why the bullet was found between the bodies of Victim 1 and Victim 2. He again admitted that he was on the trail but denied knowing Victim 1 or Victim 2 and denied any involvement in their murders. Carroll County Sheriff's Department Detective Tony Liggett, that's what I was guessing it said in there, had been part of the investigation since it started in 2017. He has had an opportunity to review and examine evidence gathered in this investigation. Detective Liggett, along with other investigators, believe the evidence gathered shows that Richard Allen is the male subject seen on the video from Libby's phone who forced the victims down the hill. Further, that the victims were forced down the hill by Richard Allen and led to the location where they were murdered. Through the statements and photographs of the juvenile females and the statements of Betsy, Blair, RV, BW, and AS, were at the southeast edge of the trail at 12:43 p.m., east of Freedom Bridge at 1:26 p.m., and walked across the former railroad overpass over Old State Road 25 after 1:26 and before 1:46 because Betsy saw them as she was going underneath that bridge, the three girls. They walked the entirety of the trail and observed only one person, an adult male. Betsy's vehicle is seen on Hoosier Harvest Store video at 1:46 and leaving at 2:14, and she stated she only saw one adult male. So that means Richard Allen was there between like 1:35 and 2:14 when she was leaving. She didn't see him. So they're giving the wide range. Last time Betsy saw him was probably like 1:56 or something like that. And she stated she only saw one adult male. RV, BW, and AS and Betsy Blair described the male in similar manners, wearing similar clothing, leading investigators to believe all four saw the same male individual. They did. Investigators believe the male observed by Betsy Blair, RV, BW, and AS is the same male depicted in the video from victim 2's phone due to the description of the male by the four females matching the male of the video. Furthermore, Libby's video was taken at 2:13 p.m. and Betsy saw only one male while she was on the trail while from approximately 1:46 to 2:14. So these five different women out there only saw the same person and then never again. Investigators believe Richard Allen was the male seen by Betsy, RV, BW, and AS, and the male seen in Libby's video. Richard Allen told investigators he was on the trail from 1:30 to 3:30. I mean, how ridiculous. Like, he was there exactly during the time, but nobody saw him again after 2:13, even though he claimed he was on the trail, right? So he's on the trails, right? This is a point that people don't bring up very often. He's on the trail from 1:30 to 3:30, he says, but nobody sees him on the trails after the video at 2:13, but in person at 1:55. So where is he all the rest of that time? Video from Hoosier Harvester shows a vehicle that matches the description of Richard Allen's vehicle passing at 1:27 p.m. towards the former CPS building. The clothing he told investigators he was wearing matched the clothing of the male in Libby's video and the clothing descriptions provided by Betsy, RV, BW, and AS. A vehicle matching the description of his 2016 Ford Focus is seen at or around 2:10 p.m., 2:14 p.m., and 2:28 p.m. at the... Let's see. A vehicle matching the description of his 2016 Ford Focus is seen at or around... Oh, yeah, by different people as they drove by. At 2:10, 2:14, and 2:28, and that's when it was parked backed in at the former CPS building. Through his own admissions, Richard Allen walked the trails and eventually hiked to the Monon High Bridge and walked out onto the Monon High Bridge. So he walked the trail and he walked out on the bridge. A male subject matching Richard Allen's description was not seen on the trail after, there you go, after 2:13. Investigators identified other individuals on the trail, or CR 300 North, between 2:30 and 4:11. None of those individuals saw a male subject matching the description of Richard Allen on the trail, well, except for your other witness who saw him at 3:57, right? Not on the trail, though. So these other people were on the trail, and they did not see him. The description of Richard Allen on the trail. Furthermore, Richard Allen stated that he only saw 3 girls on the trail who investigators believe to be RV, BW, and AS. Investigators believe Richard Allen was not seen on the trail after 2:13 p.m. because he was in the woods with Abby and Libby. An unspent .40 caliber round between the bodies of Abby and Libby was forensically determined to have been cycled through Richard Allen's Sig Sauer Model P226. The Sig Sauer Model P226 was found at Richard Allen's residence, and he admitted to owning it. This is just... Investigators were able to determine that he had owned it since 2001. Richard Allen stated he had not been on that property where the unspent round was found. What he did not... and that he did not know the property owner, and that he had no explanation as to why a round cycled through his firearm would be at that location. Furthermore, he stated that he never allowed anyone to use or borrow the Sig Sauer Model P226. Investigators believe that after the victims were murdered, Richard Allen returned to his vehicle by walking down CR 300 North. Investigators believe he was seen by Sarah walking back to his vehicle on CR 300 North with clothes that were muddy and bloody. Tony Liggett, along with investigators, believe the statements made by the witnesses, because the statements corroborate the timeline of the death of the 2 victims. I mean, it also corroborates as well as coincides with admissions, there you go, made by Richard Allen. Further, the accounts relayed by Betsy, RV, BWAS are similar in nature, and timestamps on photographs taken by BW correspond to the times the juvenile female said they were on the trail and saw a male individual. Okay, investigators believe Richard Allen committed this kidnapping, which resulted in, so that's the felony murder, the kidnapping that resulted in their death. That way they don't have to really prove like how he actually killed them or anything like that, or where's the murder weapon. Committed this kidnapping, which resulted in the killing of Abby and Libby. From their prior conclusions, investigators believe Richard Allen was the male depicted in victim 2's video saying, "Guys, down the hill." They believe Richard Allen was carrying his Sig Sauer Model P226 on that day due to the cycled round matching that firearm was located within feet of victim 2's body. They further believe he was carrying the Sig Sauer Model P226 from the audio from the victim 2's video, in which investigators believe they hear the sound of a gun being cycled. See, let me ask you guys something. How many years have I told you that they hear a click, and that's why they believe it? See, this I don't believe this part here was in that previous document that we were reading. But you remember, for years I've been saying there's a click sound, and that's how they know. They were certain that it was a gun, because they hear it. All right, that's exactly right. I mean, so, and I was told this by people who watched the video itself, but even then people go, "Oh, come on, man." And then we also said that from another person who was communicated directly with somebody who watched it, said that Abby said, "Is that a gun? He's got a gun." And now we hear all of this stuff becoming, and it's true. And the thing is, I would only put it out there when I talk about it if I felt like this is a really good source and stuff like that. So when you hear me saying stuff like that, it's much more likely to be true than when you're watching some of the other people who really only care about sensationalism. Hey, thanks, Robert Richburg. I'm sure every Tom, Dick, and Harry's doing this one. Yeah, jumping on the bandwagon. Oh, yeah. We've been covering this case since the night they were missing. Okay. Thank you.
Chewbacca?
I'll be Chewbacca if you want me to.
I knew you'd have the best Delphi coverage tonight. Keep up the great work.
Well, I don't know how to compare it with other people, but I just do my own show. I don't watch them. Okay. But what I try to do when I'm going through this again. We just did this a few weeks ago. I'm doing it again because we're getting into new stuff that was put in there now, but it's also a good opportunity to go over it. Hold on a second. Man. To go over it again, because when you go through it, it's just so damning, it's almost unbelievable. Hey, it's 675-309. There goes my stomach. Hey, yeah. All right. So, anyways, it says they believe Richard Allen was carrying a 6-hour. Investigators believe this part right here. Let's see. They further believe he was carrying the 6-hour model P226 from the audio from Libby's video, in which investigators believe they hear the sound of a gun being cycled and one of the victims mentioning a gun. So maybe he cycled it and then he ejected it later. Doesn't that sort of make some sense right there? Like he cycled the bullet and then later he ejected it. Yeah. Charges were filed against Richard M. Allen on October 28th. So I was right. 2022, for 2 counts of murder. Once Richard Allen was taken into custody, he was moved to the Westville Correctional Facility. See, they cut this thing off in that previously released document, somewhere up here. Let's see, October 28th. He was taken into custody. He was moved to the Westerville Correctional Facility, which is part of the Indiana Department of Corrections for safekeeping. He has been in said facility since November 2022. When Richard Allen entered the facility, he was placed in the segregation unit for his protection. In the segregation unit, his cell is equipped with a video recorder which records his activities within the cell. Oh, that's weird. Hey, by the way, hit that like button, would you? Let's go ahead and hit the like button. We have 900 people and only 348 likes, which is absolutely abysmal. So let's go ahead and hit that like button right now. Hit that like button, hit that like button, 10, 20, 25, 30, hit that like button, 40, 40, 40, 45, 50, 55, 50, 55, 60, 70, 75, 80. Come on, hit that like button. It's the easiest damn thing in the world. You just take out your thumb and press the damn button. There we go. Awesome. And also hit the subscribe button if you're not a subscriber. All right, you can be part of something amazing since we have already. By the way, look at this. I'm got to get these put up here, but so in terms of our, let me get that out of there. Freak funded solves. We have Jeffrey Peterson of the Sky Shoots, Daniel Armentrout, Bibb County John Doe, George F. Madden III, Lake Allatoona John Doe, and there's 2 more. They didn't have the names, so I'm trying to figure out how to refer to them. Thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up. Hey, thanks, 8675309. And thank you, Mama She 13. You'll have that auctioneer, huh? All right, so we're getting down to different stuff here. Thank you, Janet Drums. Charges were filed against Richard M. Allen on October 28th. He has been in said facility since November 2022. When Richard Allen entered the facility, he was placed in the segregation unit for his protection. Well, thank you. Oh, man. Jeez, you guys.
I already read it, but it's better hearing you reading it out loud. Thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up.
Thumbs up, thumbs up. Thank you. Frank's Mama, she 13. Janet Trumps and Carla Hussey.
Man, I love that option.
Or should we say
Smiley
Husey?
face.
Thank you so much. Wow, that was very kind. We'll wait for that one.
Drum, drum, red apple. Support the channel. Red apple, drum, drum.
Yeah, and listen, you guys don't have to like me every single day. I'm sure I can be, an ass like, or a pill, as my mom would say. I don't know who that is. Just some random voice.
Your coverage of this has been supreme. I always appreciate you, Gray. You've been on this since the beginning.
Well, thank you. Thank you for the acknowledgement there. That was nice. Hey, thanks, Sally. All right. He is also being seen by medical providers and mental health specialists to evaluate his physical condition and monitor his mental health. Richard Allen also has the ability to use a tablet in his cell to send text messages, make phone calls, and listen to music. Huh, that's interesting. Thank you, Danielle. Upon Richard M. Allen's arrival to the facility, he was placed on suicide watch because of certain statements he made about harming himself. Let me get to the other screen here. Throughout his stay, his mental health improved to the point that he was taken off suicide watch. He was also participating in recreation time and beginning to exercise. The facility reports that he was doing well and that they had no issues or concerns. His day-to-day demeanor was that he was quiet.
Libby is cheering in heaven.
Well, I hope she's cheering for the solving of the case. Quiet, read a lot of books, did crossword puzzles, and exercised daily. On April 3rd, 2023, Richard M. Allen made a phone call to his wife. So that is, you're looking at about 6 months, 5.5 months later. He made a phone call to his wife, Kathy Allen. In that phone call, Richard Allen admits several times that he killed Abby and Libby. I mean, that's pretty amazing. That's not to some weird, some detective, somebody in there trying to lean on him a little bit. That's his wife that he said this to.
5 years I left you a video.
So you put one in the chamber, and then he probably needed to eject it later, right, Kevin, maybe? Is that possible? That later, that's why it was the ejection marks, because it was one in the chamber. He had it ready, but he never used it on the girls, so then he ejects it later. And then maybe he couldn't find it after he ejected it, because there's a lot of leaves on the ground and stuff. I mean, wouldn't that be interesting? So investigators had the phone call transcribed. So that makes more sense now. Now that we think through this, the click sound was it being cycled, and then later he ejected it. Right, and it rolls underneath the leaves, and boom, right? So investigators had the phone call transcribed, and transcription confirms that Richard M. Allen. Why didn't they include the call here, though? That would have been. Richard M. Allen admits that he committed the murders of Abigail Williams and Liberty German. He admits several times within the phone call that he committed the offenses as charged. His wife, Kathy Allen, ends the phone call abruptly. Now, you even remember his attorneys even admit this happened, but they blame it on, he was being. You know what I think Richard Allen is doing? Richard Allen is full of shit. Okay, he is not sick. He is not anything. He just wants to appear that way. I bet you he was doing just fine, and then when he realized, oh shit, I said something, and they've got a record of it. Oh man, I got to make it seem like I was crazy when I said that, because that is horrendous. This is like, it's so damning to him. It's ridiculous. Now the wackadoodles who think it's Ron Logan they believe Richard Allen because they got to keep their story going. There are books written on Ron Logan. It's ridiculous, okay? But they want the book to keep selling, so you got to keep pumping another narrative out there on social media. Got to sell that one last book, you know? Yeah, he admits several times within the phone call that he committed the offenses as charged. His wife, Kathy Allen, ends the phone call abruptly. Oh my God, he's admitting it. Soon after, attorneys for Richard Allen filed an emergency motion to modify safekeeping order. Right? See, I don't know. I didn't even read this part here. Okay? Hence there's no yellow. There you go. There it is right there. Oh my God. Right after he did that damning shit, we got to move. Hey, we got to come up with something here. You were treated like garbage, right? Right? You hear what we're saying here? Yeah. Soon after, and you know, and when have we started? And this is April, just like a few months ago. Soon after, attorneys for Richard M. Allen filed an emergency motion to modify safekeeping order. In that motion, the defense states that Richard Allen's mental state has declined because Westville Correctional Facility is unfit and that he shouldn't be moved. See, they want this to be on the record so that they can claim that he only said that because he was mentally unfit and just sort of blurted it out, even though it wasn't true, you know. Defense also makes allegations that his mental health has declined to the point where Richard Allen has been deprived of his constitutional right to assist in his defense of this case. Further, defense alleges that his mental capacity has declined. Oh, wow. So I get it now. He's innocent because he was treated so bad, everybody, that his mental faculties just declined to the point where he just blurts out that he murdered people. Hey, case closed, everybody. We need to keep looking. Even though he said he was... Yeah, listen, everybody. We need to keep looking for the real killer. Even though Richard Allen says in a completely lucid interview that he was there between 1:30 and 3:30 wearing blue jeans, a blue Carhartt jacket, maybe even some head covering and a hoodie. I mean, hey, forget that part though. Oh, and then he said he was there and he saw the same 3 girls that saw him walking by. I know. Don't look at that. That doesn't mean anything. Thank you. Love the Sun 100. Yeah, well, he'll probably do that. 8675309.
Chewbacca?
I wouldn't doubt it.
I'll be Chewbacca if you want.
Wouldn't doubt it a bit.
Your content is the best.
Well, thank you. Let's see, where are we at here? That his mental capacity has declined because of his incarceration at Westville Correctional Facility. So the facility, watch this, the facility that he, you know, in this crazy state of mind, told his wife multiple times that he killed the girls. Once he's out of that horrendous facility, his faculties will come back to him. And he'll realize, wow, I don't know what I was thinking. He'll magically get better when he's in a new facility. Defense has also challenged that his treatment is unconstitutional. Soon after, investigators were made aware by the warden of Westville Correctional Facility, Richard Allen began to act strangely. They do have a witness in there, though. I read through those. They have a witness in there that says he was treated poorly by inmates and so forth. Richard Allen was wedding... I mean, it's also another inmate, so what does that mean? You know, Richard Allen was wedding down... Oh, yeah, listen to this crazy shit. Richard Allen was wedding down paperwork he had gotten from his attorneys and eating it. He was refusing to eat and refusing to sleep. I mean, what a great way to make it look like you're insane, you know? Like, I mean, I could easily just sit here, you guys, and be like... I mean, you'd probably think I was nuts after a while. You probably think I'm nuts anyways, but imagine if I was just sitting there just Like, you catch me on an off moment on video and I'm just mowing down some paper, right? So, you know how that works. Richard Allen was wetting down paperwork he had gotten from his attorneys and eaten it. He was refusing to eat and refusing to sleep. He would go days on end. When did that start, though? Was it after he confessed? He would go days on end refusing to sleep. He further broke the tablet that he used for text messages and phone calls. He went from making up to 2 phone calls a day as of April 3rd. Let me see when this was again. Hold on. Look at that. On April 3rd, that's when he talks to his wife, and then magically, right after the call to his wife, he has a mental breakdown, and it's the fault of the facility. Wow. Unbelievable. Maybe it was to fill his stomach so he doesn't have to eat. Ballerinas and models that are... Yeah, I don't know. I think he just wanted to act psycho. Yeah. Richard Allen was wetting down paperwork he had gotten from his... Yeah, so then look at this right here. He went from making 2 phone calls a day on April 3rd. Wow, isn't that incredible, you guys? The very same day that he has a mental breakdown and blames the prison, to not making any phone calls at all. To date, Richard Allen... Yeah, right. You know why that happened? Because right after he did that, he was like, holy shit. And then he told his attorney, oh my God, or maybe Richard Allen's wife told his attorney, he confessed to me. He doesn't seem well, though. And then they had to come up with a plan. Doesn't that make a lot of sense? Because it was right at that moment he makes no more phone calls daily. On April 14th, 2023, Richard M. Allen was evaluated by 2 psychiatrists and 1 psychologist to discuss his turn in behavior and whether or not there was a need for involuntary medication. The panel would also discuss moving Richard Allen to a different facility that has a psychiatric unit. From that meeting, watch him get a delay. From that meeting, it was determined that Richard Allen did not need involuntary medication and that he did not need to be moved to another facility. Since that meeting, Richard Allen has began to eat again and has begun to sleep. His behavior has begun to return to what it was prior to making the admission on April. See, they think exactly like how I'm thinking. I mean, on April 3rd, when he made that admission, things got mentally strange for him. Wow, what a coincidence. Investigators believe the information that Westville Correctional Facility has gathered since Richard Allen was placed in that facility is important to the investigation. Investigators believe that there is video evidence that will include his admissions plus his behavior prior to the admission and directly after. Yes, it's going to be this goofy thing. This is what he was like before. Then he had made the admission. Now look at his behavior. It's going to be like intentionally goofy stupidity stuff. Right? Further, any records of physical exams or mental exams will be important to determine the state of his mental and physical health. This information is needed to refute the allegations made in defense's emergency motion to modify a safekeeping order. The evidence is also necessary. I think the murder sheet believes the Richard Allen. You guys ever notice that? They sort of seem to like believe him, and I think they're on the Ron Logan train, you know. The evidence is also necessary to refute the allegations of diminished mental capacity and or other possible defenses. It may also be important as the state introduces additional evidence gathered, including admissions made by Richard M. Allen himself. Investigators believe all the information is important in the continued investigation for murder of Abigail Williams and Liberty German. Now, I mean, the murder sheet's they found a lot of good stuff, but they don't think through cases very well. What they're good is just finding information and telling you, oh, look at this proceeding here. This is really neat. But it's the synthesizing of the information that they're poor at. Okay? Every time you talk to them about, their eyes glosses over, and they're just not really, I don't know what to tell you, but, let's see. Yeah. But you got to give them credit for getting a lot of this momentum of information that we've got since the Kagan Klein stuff. Okay, can't take that away. But I'm just saying. Just recently on one of their interviews, they said something about. So, do you think that the guy on the bridge is the bridge guy? And they go, well, law enforcement doesn't know. Like, somebody asked him, do you think the guy on the bridge is the one that killed the girls? And they said, well, law enforcement doesn't know. They just wanted to bring them in for questioning. That was like the first 4 days of the trial, of the case, when they were trying to trick the person. It's been known for years after that law enforcement, and they've said it even out loud, that the person on the bridge is responsible for the murders of Abby and Libby. Okay? They've said that for years. So it's such a strange thing to... how do you come up with saying something like that after... it just shows you're not aware of what's been going on, other than the new stuff that, the Kagan Klein... and all that. You didn't take the time to go back and learn the reality of what was going on. So that's unfortunate, but got to give him kudos for getting all that information out there. Yeah. You think he forgot that he chambered one? All right. So here we go. Investigators believe the information that Westfield Correctional Facility has gathered since Richard M. Allen was placed in that facility is important to the investigation. Investigators believe that there is video evidence that will include his admissions, plus his behavior prior to the admission and directly after. Investigators also believe logs kept of his daily routines are important to determine when he was in the cell and when he was removed, and the reason he was removed. Further, any records of physical exams or mental exams will be important to determine the state of his mental and physical health. This information is needed to refute the allegations made in defense emergency motion to modify safekeeping order. The evidence is also necessary to refute the allegations of diminished mental capacity and or other possible defenses. Craig's investigators is Keegan Klein always doing I don't know. Yeah, he likes to get his commissary. This information is needed to refute the the evidence is also necessary to refute the allegations of diminished mental capacity. It may also be important as the state introduces additional evidence gathered. Oh God, I want to know what that is. Including admissions made by Richard Allen himself. Investigators believe all the information is important in the continued investigation for murder of Abigail Williams and Liberty German. All right, so that is, that's some interesting stuff in there. You got to admit, right? Like, you've got the, he's eating the paper. Basically, what it is Richard Allen wanted to make himself look crazy after he realized he admitted to his wife. And then he thought, oh shit, this is recorded. And then he was like, oh, okay, I'm crazy. That's why I said those things. But I think that's sort of the key thing. We've already heard about this, but now we know how it took place. That it was said to his wife, which isn't somebody that's pressuring or anything like that. Right? It's really just kind of, he said it, right? All right. So let's look at some of the other stuff here. These are the ones that I pulled out. Let's just see if what we can see in these quickly. Yeah, this is the information on the striation marks of the gun, so they do have a document on that. Let's see, description of items, sealed cardboard box containing 1 6-hour, sealed manila envelope containing test fired cycles. So this is again on testing of the gun. So they have their documents on, they're referring to the investigation on that. Defendant Richard Allen, on or about October 20th, Mr. Allen was charged with 2 counts of murder. Let's see, and further, Mr. Allen is continuously assigned. So this is the complaint by, or I think, what is this one? Emergency yeah, this is the emergency motion to modify, and it was done on, what's the date on that? Well, that one says 4/5, which is interesting. Up here, well, it says filed on 4/5. That's before that phone call, but it wasn't worded like that. Yeah, so that kind of goes through the whole emergency. I mean, I guess we could try to go over this in a couple days in a row or something like that. What do you think? I mean, I want to keep going through these other documents in a certain way that I'm doing it. I'm saying these ones that are checked ones are ones that are really, there's nothing other, like that's an image there. I think that one's maybe been out there already. There's this one, another image, that's the crazy one. And then I have, you know, other documents that they're just boring. There's nothing in them that seem incredibly interesting at the time. But there's still a whole bunch of these other ones here that I haven't seen yet. Apparently one of them talks about what they got out of his house somewhere, but I haven't got to that one yet. So maybe we can, you know, spend a couple days going through these things if you want. And by the way, on the day show, would you guys be interested in doing the Depp trial? Because I wasn't really into that one at the time, but for entertainment purposes, it seems like it might be fun because that's sort of what we do a little bit in the daytime. Would you guys be into that at all? Some people aren't, but yeah. I know some people haven't seen it. So no, you guys aren't? Okay. Well, there's too many no's. I never saw it myself. Well, I know you already watched the whole thing, right? 8675309. Yeah. Well, a lot of you guys don't even watch the day's show, so I'm not even sure why you're commenting. Yeah. Like, yeah, I don't see 90% of you saying no aren't even there. That's too bad. That would have been kind of fun. Well, guess we won't do it. I thought it'd be fun to make fun of them and stuff. Right. Well, it sounds like people don't want to watch it, even though I'd already downloaded and was getting ready to do it because I figured you guys would want to. That sucks. Huh? Well, you should be able to read it anyways. What do you mean, follow along with what? Play-Doh? It's not covering anything. The message is covering something, but not the goal up there. That's just a message that somebody...
Do it, please.
Nah, I don't want to do it. I want to do it either way. I do it or not. I was just going to speed it up. I was going to get rid of all the silent stuff and speed it up to like 120% so we don't have to listen to Depp talking like, well, it was you know, we just, you know, my friend was, you know, we just smoked pot. How about this? I'll try a day of it, and if you guys don't like it, then you don't like it. All right. Yeah, I've already moved the chat comment though, Danielle. Did you see that? Yeah, it wasn't and here's the thing, everybody. If you don't get a read along, you don't get a read along. I'm going to be reading it out loud, okay? So it's not really a big deal, right? It doesn't really affect you. So just don't worry about it, all right? So this is the same one. Looks like. I think it's continued there. Then this is different. So I'm going to put these two here in the checked one. Yeah, that one goes in there. And then this is a motion here. I haven't looked at this one. Comes now accused by counsel that the accused Richard Allen was arrested, that the defense was received and reviewed the probable cause. Yeah, I mean, see, there's a whole bunch of shit like this that's not really interesting at all. There's nothing in it. Gray, I want to read every word with you. Listen. State's objection to defendant motion to order on continuing disclosure of defendant's mental health records. So, actually, let me check something. There was a couple in here that I wanted to do that were in the interesting. So we can go back to two different parts. There's two letters, I think. I think it's right here. Yeah, let's do these here. So these are letters that he wrote. We read one of them, but there was a different one in there. Oh yeah? Well, maybe I'll try it anyways, despite what all the no's that I saw. Maybe I would make it more entertaining than when you watched it. Alright? In the cause listed above, I, Richard Allen, hereby throw myself at the mercy of the court. I am begging to be provide with legal assistance and a public defender or whatever help is available. At my initial hearing on October 28, 2022, I asked to find representation for myself. However, at the time, I had no clue how expensive it would be just to talk to somebody. I also did not realize what my wife and I's immediate man. How did you become I don't know. He wasn't a pharmacist. He worked at a pharmacy. We and my wife and I's immediate financial situation was going to be. We have both been forced to immediately abandon employment, myself due to incarceration and my wife for her personal safety. She has to be abandoned. She had to abandon our house for her own safety. What little reserve there is will fail to even maintain the original something. Again, I throw myself at the mercy of the court. Please provide me whatever assistance you may. Thank you for your time in this most urgent matter. Were you able to read along, you guys? Just wanted to make sure. Oh yeah, these are letters written by prisoners defending Richard Allen's sort of his mental situation or how he was treated. So you want to check these ones out? I am an inmate at the Westville Correctional Facility in the same unit that Richard Allen is being housed in awaiting trial. Richard Allen is being abused and mistreated along with other inmates in Westville Control Unit restrictive housing. There are corrupt officers and ranking officers calling Richard Allen a kid killer, teasing him that he has a visit from his family. Phone is ringing on his GTL tablet. Inmates, I don't know what that means, in cells A1 through 102, Logan Osborne, A2, 207, inmate Riley, inmate cell A2, 204, and A2, 205, threatening to kill Richard Allen, and telling him to kill himself. And those inmates have made these comments in front of Warden John Gillipo or something. Ranking officers and officers. The staff has recorded on camera these inmates making these threats and suggestions to kill himself and has done nothing to stop it. This is page 2 here. I have proof and evidence of assaults by ranking officers and officers on inmates, abuse and mistreatment in grievance and the governor's office of Ombudsman Bureau that have been mishandled and covered up because see, now I'm not even going to read them now because now it sounds like conspiracy nutter stuff, you know. So anyways, let's get back to weeding through this stuff right here. Court order sealing request and court records pending public hearing. Now, thank you, Courtney, Lillian, and Your Gypsy on PayPal. Thank you. Attorney, therefore the court. Da, 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 da. Anything interesting in there, you guys? You can read it later. All this stuff is sort of procedural stuff that might be interesting in some small, minor way, but I'm looking for, like, information that leads to further knowledge of the case, you know. But that's another one that's hardly anything on it. Yeah, okay. So let me move these in there. 1, 2. Yeah, there's a ton of documents that are just nothing. I mean, I would say 95% of them, there's nothing in them. Or maybe not 95, but probably 70%. Court order. The public buds lust for information before. And what's this document? November 2nd, 2022, Tobe H. Lesenby, Sheriff of Carroll County, filed a request by Sheriff Carroll County to transfer inmate. Okay. So that's what that is. You know, it's weird the date on those. That means, I think they just put them out yesterday. But made it public today, I think at like 11 or so. Order of recusal. Yep, that's the one judge that got out of there. Well, let's see. Is there anything interesting on the reason? The judge of Carroll Circuit Court has determined that the particular circumstances within the underlying case warrant recusal and dictate that a special judge be appointed in the case. I wonder what that was. Hey, thanks, Carolina T. Here, I'm going to put that on the screen. Oh, it's blocking the words. Oh, what a travesty. Emily Flotilla is lurking. Huh? What? Trying to. What's going on, Elaine? You seem like you're upset. Jen H is like the last person in the world that's a bully on anything. Just to block the words. With a 40-pound smallmouth bass in front of him. Thanks, Mark Willis. And Carolina T. Unable to hire counsel. Yeah, okay. So that's probably when he got his attorneys. Courthouse management and decorum order for hearing November 22nd, 2022. This case has generated substantial public interest and media attention. In light of this and on the court's own motion to ensure the integrity, so what are they talking about? Media? This is about media. Not really interested.
I'll be Chewbacca if you want me to.
Just to block the words.
That's something for bail there. This is nothing. I wonder if there's a way to, if I can just click on these on the side and see how long they are. The one-pagers are meaningless, so I'm going to put those over there. A lot of them are duplicates. That's another thing. How about what are these? These are all going to be the same, right? Pretty close. Well, let's see what that one is. It's longer. Courthouse will open at 8. Yeah, that's just decorum again. I'm going to get rid of all these and put them in there. Yeah. I'll put all 4 of these in there, and the checked ones. Now we're on to, there's just this many left. Let me see some of these longer ones that are like the kilobytes on here. What does this one say? Okay, not sure why that one's so big. I'm just going to look over here on the review section. That should make it quicker. Yep, these are all just these little... See on the right, that's the actual document. And that's all the pages there are. They're all... See how they're all just kind of the same? Okay, so that one... Okay, now the probable cause... See, that'll be interesting. Let's take a look at that. Just because, let me slide these up into... Now, the probable cause might be interesting to see where they cut it off that last time. So when you go down here, along with investigators believe the statement made by the witnesses because the statements corroborate the timeline. See, that's where they cut it off. So let's see where what was new in the document.
2 months today as a Megazoid collision.
Awesome. Emily Flotilla, 42 months as a Megazoid. Okay. And what was the sentence we're looking for? Along with investigators, said they were on the trail and saw the male individual. See, so much of this stuff wasn't in that, the way they worded it. Some of it was exactly like that. Investigators believe Richard Allen was not seen. Okay, that's the part. There it is. Oh, wow, that was weird. I just happened to have it on the same spot. No, that's the probable cause. So investigators believe... Oh, yeah, it's the same spot. There it is. Investigators believe, and this is sort of where all the stuff below that's the newer information that they cut out of the document. Investigators believe Richard Allen committed... No, wait. Richard Allen was not seen, so we got to find that one. Where does it start with the word investigators? There it is. Yeah, right there. Investigators believe Richard Allen was not seen on the trails at 2:13 because, and then does it end with muddy and bloody? Right there, muddy and bloody. Then Tony Liggett. Wow, that's crazy. So this is where they cut it off. All of this, let me show you this. This is the stuff they removed and we didn't get to see. All of this stuff right here. Every bit of this right here, down to here, is new information that wasn't on the probable cause document. They cut that out. Isn't that weird? See? that's pretty interesting. Alright, so now we've got, let's go back to the, that's the probable cause. We've seen that already. Proposed order, proposed order. Yeah, these are all like identical. Again. I think these are, yeah, they're just 1 page long. Put those in there. Now we're getting down there. Let me see this. It's 3 pages long. What are you talking about, Elaine? I'm not even sure. I mean, I have no idea what you guys are talking about in there. Scare people how? What? I don't get it. Hey, thanks, Caligal 3 again. Yeah, I just don't know what you guys are saying. I just do the show, you know, and sometimes I see comments and they just don't make sense to me. I just wish we could respect the show and limit... Right. I just get distracted all the time by the nonsense that people bring up in the chat, and then I react in a certain way, and people go, "Good, you're so mean, Gray." Well, how about just... If it wouldn't be mean if you just followed the damn show, right? You ever thought of that?
Only Gray would have figured that out there.
Which part, Caligal? There's... Yeah. So, let's see what this one said. Okay, proposed order to change. That's small. That one. Yeah, nothing. Okay, I'm going to move these 2 here into the checked out ones. This is a 3-pager. Wow, that one's... Yeah. Nothing in there. Currently incarcerated. The Honorable Benjamin. Where's the, when they went and searched at the home that gives a list of the items? Somebody said that that exists. Does anybody have that one? Yeah, now I have to take the time to go read. Like Elaine's been around a long time, so yeah. I just don't know what was said, and I can't see it because you guys are zipping around. I saw the one part about earlier, but yeah. The last 15? Let me see. Of course, it's the last 15. It's kind of cool how you can go through these. Yeah, I don't see it. I mean, we got 3 to go. It's not looking good to me. Yeah, I don't see it in there. Does anybody know the name of the document? Oh, it's 9.3. Let me see. Yeah, it's not on there. This one's 9.57. It's not this one. No, it's the same. Oh, is that what this is down here? You know, I did see that earlier and I didn't pull it out of there. So I was looking at this last time. I saw this earlier, but I had no way to save it. Wait, this is different. Walking towards the Freedom Bridge, the male then encountered was walking from the... This is a different narrative. Let me see. The video depicts Abigail Williams on the Monon High Bridge. Here's Steve Mullen and Brent interviewed Anna. Yeah, let's go through this thing here. This is different. I think this is different than the narrative we read before. So, hey, thanks for giving me that megabyte size thing. Then on Monday, February 13, 2017, approximately 1:50 p.m., Abigail Williams and Liberty German were dropped off, 149, by a family member at the Monon High Bridge Trail off County Road 300 North. On Tuesday, February 14th... Oh, let me get that off the screen, you guys. Wouldn't want to... Let's see. On Tuesday, February 14, 2017, at approximately 12:17 p.m., the girls were found deceased. Their bodies were located in the woods northeast of the Monon High Bridge. Autopsies of the girls ruled their deaths as homicides, and their wounds were caused by a sharp object. Let me put this... Where do I have this thing? This needs to be back out here and into the interesting folder. There we go. Wait a second. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, let's try to avoid the drama, you know. That's it. I don't know what was going on, but I thought we were I just wanted to know if, how about we'll try the depth thing for a day and see if people think it's entertaining. I haven't even watched it, okay? So I'm going to try it, and if you guys don't like it, then we'll just get the strikes and, you know, like, we'll move on to something else, right? Today I won't do the strike because it was just a random premiere situation, so. But I think it might be fun to go over together, you know, something like that. You know? Alright. Well, so we just heard something now it's verified. There was a document that already said the sharp force object, but this is a different narrative, so I'm interested in reading it. How about you guys? You guys ready? You guys ready? Alright, here we go. On Tuesday, February 14, 2017, approximately 12:17 p.m., the girls were found deceased. Their bodies were located in the woods northeast of the Monon High Bridge. Autopsies of the girls ruled their deaths homicides, and their wounds were caused by a sharp object. Investigators located, we already knew that, all the years, everybody's known that had spoken to different individuals and so forth. Investigators located Liberty German's iPhone 6X under her body. 6S, that's a new piece of information. Isn't that amazing? Like, it was right there. It wasn't anywhere far away or anything like that. And I wonder if she kept trying to conceal it even up to the last minute, because she had it hidden down by her side as the killer was approaching, and the killer didn't know she recorded him on that phone. Isn't that amazing, though? And the investigators located Liberty German's iPhone 6S under her body at the scene and were able to recover a video approximately 43 seconds in length, captured at 2:13 p.m. on February 13th, 2017. So what the deal is with that is right here. We know because a friend of mine, Beth, and other people went out there. We were able to determine that the image of the killer was taken right here, past platform 6, and Libby was standing at the end of the bridge, off the end of it. And at 2:13, though, it's 2:13 is when the video was filmed, but it's 43 seconds long. So when the video started, based on another video made, the killer was back here and catching up to Abby, who is in the video. So Libby's video has Abby in it, but they cropped her out, and, well, it's been photoshopped, everybody. You ever listen to those morons out there? There's like this ex-old detective, looks a little bit like Clint Eastwood. He says that it's been photoshopped, it's edited. Ooh. I mean, what are these people? I'm not even sure what to say. It's just like, I'm so glad they're still not detectives. Let's put it that way. Were they just out there selling garbage to people? Are you kidding me? Oh, look at that. It's been photoshopped. The one with Abby. Something just isn't right. It's absolutely perfect, that photograph. The shadows match up, everything. We've done all the little different tests on it. It's a real photo, everybody. Okay, the one, and then they're even talking about the one with Abby in it. Now, the video, they say it was, what has been said out there? Yeah, that the killer wasn't really even there. They just placed him on the bridge as a decoy or of some sort. Give me a break. God, just embarrassing as hell, these people. I gotta tell you. Gray, why can't they just have a different opinion? Well, no, they can. I'm just going to insult it. It's stupid. Photoshopped? In what way? Give me a break, everybody. Give me a break. The video depicts Abigail walking. Look at that. See, right there even. We've known this for years. The video depicts Abigail walking on the Monon High Bridge towards Liberty, while a male subject wearing a dark jacket and jeans walks behind her. So she's walking behind her. Near the end of the video, see? Isn't that amazing? Near the end of the video, a man is heard in the video telling the girls down the hill. Through the further investigation of the location of the bodies, investigators also located a .40 caliber unspent round. They also determined that articles of clothing from the girls were missing from the scene, including a pair of underwear and a sock. See? There you go. That was something that if you had the unredacted version of the Ron Logan document, that was in there. Through the investigation, there were interviews done with 3 of the 4 girls that were on the trails, it says trials, that day. The girls observed a male on the trail on February 13, 2017 that matched the description the male in the video recorded by Liberty German. The 3 girls identified as, now they put their names in there, I'm not going to say them, but encountered this male near a bench east of the Freedom Bridge. They're probably adults now, but the girls were on the trail and were walking towards the Freedom Bridge to go home. The male they encountered was walking from the Freedom Bridge towards the Monenhigh Bridge. One of the 3 girls, identified as Anna, described the male as an older man walking on the trails as they were leaving, and she described him as kind of creepy. Oh, look at older man. That's right. It's got to be Ron Logan. Ron Pexa. Oh, yeah, it's an older man. Therefore, it's Ron Logan, who's 6'2", looks absolutely nothing like the guy on the bridge, and yet so many still say that to sell books. Right. You're hearing different opinions about what? Sacred teachings. I have no idea what you're saying. Yeah, kind of creepy. In a text from, I guarantee it, I got 8675309 to laugh in the background there. With the Ron Pexa, okay? Yeah, she was just telling me about what's going to be happening soon. Her, the trial, 8675309. She's been working out for years. She's done a lot of the investigative work herself. All right. In a text from Anna to Kyla, it's not Anna the mom, it's the friend. Anna described the man as wearing like blue jeans, like really, so they were messaging each other. God, I think I saw that person, and cops got it, and they got that as sort of like what they described right at the moment, instead of when they interviewed him later and their memory isn't quite as good. Like blue jeans, like a light blue jacket, his hair was gray, maybe a little brown. That's exactly what he looks like. And he did not really show his face. Investigators Steve Mullen and Brent Ingram interviewed Anna and described the male as wearing a blue jacket and light blue faded blue jeans. The jacket was a canvas duck type jacket. Riley was also in the group of 4 girls, and she said that she said hi to the man, but he just glared at them. She recalled him being in all black and had something covering his mouth. I'm not sure. I mean, we're supposed to have these names up here because they're in these documents. I was just reading them. I feel kind of uncomfortable with their names up there. I don't know how to just quickly have them go away, though. I mean, they're sort of known out there anyways by the general, like, people that follow the case, but... No, he didn't, Kelly. He didn't say that. No. Oh, you mean Richard Allen tells somebody? Yeah, he told the conservation officer that he was on the trails between 1:30 and 3:30. I thought you were talking about Ron Logan. Yeah. So, anyways, as the girls, let me see. Bree advised he was wearing. That's one of Libby's or Kelsey's friends actually. Advised he was wearing baggy jeans and was taller than her. But she's sort of tall, so I don't know. She stated that her head came up to approximately a shoulder. She said hi to the man, and he said nothing back. She described the man as walking with a purpose, like he knew where he was going. She also stated the man had his hands in his pockets and kept his head down. Okay, so some of this stuff we've seen here. There's no Farm Bureau building, because that's where he originally said he parked at, anywhere close to the trails. And there's people actually go, see, he said Farm Bureau building. Man, I don't know, dude, that's far down there. Right, because he said the wrong building. He then immediately says he goes over to the Freedom Bridge and then onto the trail, right? Detective Liggett then examined the timeline for the day of the homicides. As previously said above, Rayleigh and Bree and Anna were leaving the trails and passed by a male matching the description of the male in the video taken by Liberty. Allen stated that after he passed the girls and then he walked to the Monon High Bridge, he saw nobody else. He should have been able to see the one I called Susan. Investigators believe that after passing the Hoosier Harvest Store at 1:46, Blair parked at the trailhead entrance from the Mears residence. In her interview, she says there are no other cars at the trailhead entrance. She walked to the Monon High Bridge, and a male matching the male from Liberty's video. She described him as a white male wearing blue jeans and blue jean jacket. This matches the blue duck canvas jacket that Anna talked about. Blair said that the male was standing on the first platform of the Monon High Bridge, approximately 50 feet from her. Blair said that she believed it was Liberty German and Abigail Williams that she crossed when she walked approximately halfway between the bridge and the main hub of the trail. She passed the two girls as she was walking away from the bridge. Blair said that she was believed it was Liberty German and Abigail Williams. And then at 1:49 on the Hoosier Harvest Store video, there's a white car that matches Kelsey's vehicle. Liberty and Abigail would have been dropped off right before this video. Right, exactly. I mean, it's just so clear to me. Blair finished her walk and is seen on the Hoosier Harvester video leaving at 2:14, and she said she saw no adults other than the male on the bridge. As Blair was leaving, she noted a vehicle was parked in an odd manner at the old Child Protection Service building. She said it was not odd for vehicles to be parked there. Okay, so that sounds like repeated stuff. It seems like it's different narrative, though, a little bit, wording-wise. Richard Allen's wife, Kathy Allen, spoke to investigators as well. She confirmed... Oh, see, this is different. Okay, let's go back up here. Richard M. Allen, interviewed by investigators on October 13th, 2022, at Investigation Center. He was interviewed by Detective Liggett and Carroll County Prosecutor Investigator Steve Mullen. He agreed to come to the center and speak with investigators. He was advised his rights, and he was further advised that he was not under arrest and was free to leave at any time. Thank you, Gloria Batari. Investigator Mullen explained to him how to leave the center if he so desired. He stated he was in fact on the trails on February 13, 2017. He further stated that he saw 3 girls on the trails. I wish they asked him about talking to the conservation officer of the Freedom Bridge, and also that he went on the Monon High Bridge. He also told investigators that he was wearing blue jeans and a blue or black Carhartt jacket with a hood on that day. He stated he also wore... So it doesn't say he might have worn. It says he stated he also wore some type of head covering. I bet you anything it's that brown knit cap that he's wearing when he's playing pool. He further claimed that he saw no one else but the 3 girls that he observed east of the Freedom Bridge. Further, prior to the interview, he told investigators that he also had guns at this home. Richard M. Allen's wife, Kathy Allen, spoke to investigators as well. She confirmed that Richard did have guns and knives at the residence, She also stated that Richard still has his blue Carhartt jacket. The evidence gathered. It's weird how, like, they have exact wording from the probable cause, but then there's stuff that's totally different. Investigators know that this male is the last known individual to have contact with Liberty and Abigail. I totally agree. The male was wearing clothes similar to the clothes of the male depicted in the video taken from Liberty German's phone. Investigators know that this is the last known individual to have contact with Liberty German and Abigail. We'll see. Look at it again, everybody. So for those just getting here, clear as day. And when I say clear, I actually mean it. It really is. It makes all the sense in the world. Hey, thank you, Mag. Jeez. That's so kind of you. Thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up. I wonder if it'll say it right on that one. So I'll explain this to you after we get the cat eye sound. So the lady I call Sue, she sees Richard Allen standing on platform 1, and then she immediately pivots and turns around. Halfway back, she runs into Libby and Abby walking this direction. So guess what? Richard Allen is the next person that they're gonna run into. There we go, the cat eye donation. Thank you.
Hopping in real quick, give Gray the thumbs up. Thumbs up.
Thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up. Well, thank you so much, Mag. Very generous. And thanks for the PayPal the other day. That was very nice. I mean, you guys are so awesome. I appreciate it. Yeah, so look at... so this individual, I think it was Gail, is that her name? No, I can't remember what her name is. I'm trying to forget him so I don't keep saying him. Yeah. So, walking this direction, she gets to the bridge and sees Richard Allen standing on the platform 1, just where Richard Allen admits to standing. Then she turns around, goes back this direction, and Libby and Abby have just been dropped off a few minutes after she had gotten there. She meets them halfway. Or, doesn't meet them, but passes them. And then Libby and Abby walk this direction, and guess what? I think Richard Allen at this point, he went past them too, and then he waited around in this area and watched to see what they would do, because he knows he doesn't look like the person they were supposed to meet there. Then they continue across. They take a photograph of the full length of the bridge, and then another photograph at 2:07 back this way with Abby in it, and you can't see the killer, and you can't see it in Libby's first shot. So those two eliminate the idea that Richard Allen is on the bridge at any point during those two images. So that means he's hiding back here somewhere. I think he passed them so they wouldn't be freaked out too early. And he goes over here, and then as they're walking across, taking photos, he comes on the bridge, and he may have calculated, because when they look back and see him, they didn't want to pass him, so they go to the other end and hope. And then Libby is on the end of the bridge first, because she's been there many times, very adept at crossing the bridge. So she goes off the end of the bridge and stands there, and Abby's still on there, but this guy is hauling ass. If you are comfortable on this bridge, you can get across in 3 or 4 minutes. They were taking much longer because Abby'd never been there and just kind of tiptoeing across, like in the picture you see. And then Abby gets behind Libby, and they still had hope that he might turn around and that he was there for some other reason. Their adrenaline's pumping, their hearts are pumping really fast, they're scared. Libby's filming him, and that's the thing that makes me feel the worst, because we've all felt that way in our lives, where you're absolutely scared shitless, but it goes away because your fear wasn't realized. In their case, the fear got worse and worse and worse, and one of them saw the other one get killed, and then they were killed. And that's why Richard Allen is a freaking barbarian monster, okay? Because just think of the horror and terror those girls felt during that time. I mean, it's just unbelievable. Yeah. Unbelievable. Yeah. So, anyways, let me get back to the male was wearing clothes similar to the clothes of the male depicted in the video. Libby German. Further, Betsy was shown a picture of the individual of the Monon High Bridge, and she says that it's the same individual that she witnessed on the trails and the bridge. So they were shown, these girls were shown images of the guy on the bridge and go, yeah, that's the guy. Yeah. In an interview with Richard Allen done on October 13th, he admits that he was in fact on the trails on February 13th, 2017, and walked past the three girls and continued on to the Monon High Bridge. He stated that he was physically on the bridge itself after Betsy. I mean, see, this is the logic I've tried to deploy to people watching the show. So after Betsy, her last name is Blair, so after Betsy sees this individual, there are several other individuals on the trail that don't observe the man or Liberty German or Abigail Williams. Right. And guess what she does see? She sees Abby and Libby walking past her as she's leaving, heading right towards Richard Allen. Right? But you're just saying it's Richard Allen Gray? How do we... Well, because he said he was there, you idiots. Okay? For those of you who keep saying that. He said he was there. Well, how do you know there wasn't a second Richard Allen Gray? That there was some other guy wearing the blue jeans, the blue Carhartt jacket, and a different hat. How do we know that that isn't true? I guess we don't. Okay, we don't know that he didn't bring a clone with him on that trip that day. But, you know, logic would have it, would let you know that... oh, God. Unbelievable. Investigators believe that Richard M. Allen is the last individual to have contact with Liberty German and Abigail Williams. Investigators further believe that Richard Allen is the individual depicted on the Monon High Bridge from the video. You mean it's not Ron Logan? Ron Logan! Detective Liggett has been a member of law enforcement for 21 years. In his role as a deputy and as detective, he has investigated... I bet you anything, if any of those law enforcement people happen to be randomly watching the show that have done this, they probably are like, God, at least somebody gets it. One of those people doing these videos actually understands this shit. Now, the one part they might not agree with is I think there's a connection between Keegan Kline just based on sort of like, what are the odds that they're not connected? But, they might not be connected. That's the truth. The story makes a lot more sense, though, if Richard Allen and Keegan are connected. Thank you, Emily Flotilla, for gifting a membership. Yeah. In many of these cases, evidence of the crime is on the individual's cell phone. That evidence includes location evidence in relation to the offense, pictures, or videos. I mean, I can't wait. Now that if they've got his phones and his phone was on, and if his phone was on and he was looking at the stock market, then his phone pinged on at that location, except his cell phone data will look similar to what they claimed Ron Logan's looked like. It'll say it pinged in the vicinity, consistent with, right? Detective, because Ron Logan lived there. That's the difference. Detective Liggett has had an opportunity to review the evidence collected in this investigation. Detective Liggett knows from his training and experience that when individuals commit offenses, evidence of those offenses in the form of pictures or location data is captured on that individual's cell phone. If they have it with them. Detective Liggett also knows that individuals tend to download their phones to other electronic devices to use their cell phones in conjunction with other electronic devices, including iPads and computers. Detective Liggett believes the information gathered from witnesses, video evidence, and admissions by Richard M. Allen is reliable.
Thanks for all you do. Great.
Well, thank you. Thank you, K-Me. Richard M. Allen places himself at the trails and specifically on the Monon High Bridge. And he places himself on the Monon High Bridge just moments prior to Abby and Libby getting to the end there. He further admits that he is wearing jeans and a dark Carhartt jacket. These clothes match the clothes, but a lot of people, to be honest, there's a lot of people that have similar looking clothing, except there was no other male at the bridge that anybody else observed during that time frame. Okay, so people do have blue jeans and blue jackets, right? These clothes match the clothes by the individual on the bridge in the photo taken from the video from Liberty German's phone. Detective Liggett was also able to corroborate the information that Richard M. Allen was at the trails near the time. Detective Liggett was also able to corroborate the information that Richard M. Allen was at the trails near the time that Liberty German Abigail Williams. How? How do you do that? Was at the trails near the time that Liberty German and Abigail Williams. There's supposed to be more at the end of the sentence. The picture of the individual on the bridge was captured by investigators. Oh, okay. They're just saying that's him. All right, well, it is him. Was captured by investigators from the video taken on Liberty German's phone just prior to her and Abigail Williams being abducted. The individual in that picture matches the description of Richard M. Allen. So, God, again, wouldn't it just been amazing, you guys, if the conservation officer was just really on it when Richard Allen said he was there, and and the conservation officer had just a flyer with the bridge guy on it and said, "Oh yeah, Richard, we know you were there. We have a trail camera. This is you right here, right?" And he'd say, "Oh yeah, that was me. Yeah, we just had a trail camera filming you there." He would have went, "Yeah, that's me." And then you could have arrested him right then on the spot because they actually got the image from Libby's phone. Okay, and that would have been absolutely amazing, but didn't happen. The picture of the individual on the bridge was captured by investigators from the video taken on Liberty German's phone just prior to her and Abigail Williams being abducted. The individual in that picture matches the description of Richard M. Allen. Detective Liggett believes that Richard M. Allen is the individual on the bridge. They keep saying somebody believes something, but Richard Allen is the one that said he's the person on the bridge. From Richard M. Allen's statements, investigators believe that Richard M. Allen was also on his phone when he was on the trail prior to meeting the girls. So maybe this is an argument to be able to get a warrant on something. I believe that a search of the residence located at 1967 North Whiteman Drive, Delphi, Indiana, located in Carroll County, as well as the outbuilding, the vehicles, and the property will lead myself and other investigators to evidence of murder. I have probable cause to believe that there will be evidence located on the property of this offense. Due to the aforementioned reason, a search warrant is being requested to enter the property of Richard M. Allen, date of birth 9/9/1972, located at 1967 North Whiteman Drive, Delphi, Indiana, located in Carroll County. I affirm under penalty of perjury, as specified, that the foregoing representations are true. All right. Here we go. A sealed cardboard box containing one black Sig Sauer P226 40 caliber handgun. Sealed plastic bag containing one 40 caliber S&W cartridge found in. I gotta get some more water here. Oh man, isn't this crazy, you guys? Sealed plastic bag containing 2 magazines, one filled with 9 40 caliber cartridges. Sealed paper bag containing 1 plastic Sig Sauer. Sealed paper bag. That was a handgun case. Sealed paper bag containing a paper wrap wooden weave box containing 2 audio Vox devices. 1 silver Motorola flip phone. 1 silver Motorola flip Those are old, right? One solar flip phone. These are two different ones. Four car chargers, 3 wall outlet chargers. Sealed plastic bag containing 1 Lexar compact flash, 1 gigabyte memory card. Sealed paper bag containing 1 pair of dirty Thorogood boots, size 7.5. Sealed paper bag containing 1 pair of dirty black boots, size 6.5. Sealed envelope containing 1 silver double-edged knife in a silver metal sheath. Oh boy. Sealed envelope containing 1 brown gold and silver folding knife. Sealed envelope containing black sheath containing 1 brown gold and silver folding knife. Sealed envelope containing 1 black sheath containing 1 black handled silver bladed imperial knife. Sealed envelope, 1 black sheath containing 1 foldable knife with red gold handle. Sealed envelope, 1 sheath containing 2 Ozark trail knives. Man, this guy likes those knives, huh? Man, lots of them. Sealed envelope, 1 black sheath containing 1 knife with a wood ivory handle and gold guard. Sealed envelope containing 1 rusted old-timer folding knife, 1 sharp 2-bladed folding knife, 1 black folding Gerber knife, and 1 black folding knife. Jesus. How many knives do you need? Sealed envelope containing on red-handled Crossley multi-tool, 1 blue multi-tool, 1 green and gold Indiana National Guard multi-tool, and 1 black multi-tool. I mean, I guess people, if you like knives, you can have a million knives. I mean, people like guns and have a lot of guns, you know. Thanks, Amanda Johnson. Yeah, it was the very first part, Trish. So if you just go back to the very beginning of the show, you'd see it. What do you mean, what's my opinion of it? It's just...
You would not believe the amount of trash clickbait title videos out there with little to no substance within. People are still stuck on Ron Logan.
Really? Yeah, well, hopefully you guys are over here and seeing how you're supposed to kind of just go through the documents and put it together. I mean, there's a whole bunch of crap documents in there that are really meaningless to us, you know. It's just sort of like, hey, hearing tomorrow. Okay, yeah, that's great. Yeah. Alright, so anyways, sealed envelope, 1 sheath containing... Okay, we already did that point. Down here, sealed envelope containing 1 black sheath containing a brown-handled, silver-bladed saber Bowie knife. Man, this guy does it. There's just so many knives. Sealed paper bag containing 1 blue jacket with red stripes, Adidas. Sealed paper bag containing 1 blue 1/4 zip sweatshirt. Sealed paper bag containing 1 black and green fox hooded sweatshirt. Sealed paper bag containing 1 black and gray North End coat. Sealed paper bag containing, I wonder, maybe that's the one, right? Containing 1 blue, there it is, Carhartt coat, right there. Sealed paper bag containing 1 pair of Timberland boots, size 8. Huh. Wonder if that's what he's got on in that picture. Here, let's take a look at this again. Guys. Down the hill. Maybe he's got those Timberland boots on right there. Those brown shoes. Down the hill. Thank you, Deborah Blum Rogers. Yeah, who cares if his house is for sale or not? Let's see. Sealed paper bag containing 1 black and green fox hooded sweatshirt. Sealed paper bag containing 1 black and gray North End coat. Sealed paper bag containing 1 blue Carhartt coat. Sealed paper bag containing 1 pair of Timberland boots. Sealed paper bag containing 1 pair of blue Arizona jeans. Hey, maybe those are the ones he was wearing. Size 34-29. Yeah, I've got allergies, Mercy. I'm doing just fine. Thank you, though. Thank you for pointing that out. I have an old Adidas jacket. Let's see. Sealed paper bag containing 1 pair of blue Arizona jeans. Sealed paper bag containing 1 pair of blue Arizona jeans. Sealed paper bag containing 1 pair of blue Levi Strauss jeans. Hey, thanks, Papa Q. Sealed paper bag contain. I think those look like Levi's to me. Blue Levi Strauss jeans. Sealed paper bag containing 1 winter gray hat with fur fibers. Sealed paper bag containing 1 black and red UFC hooded sweatshirt. Sealed paper bag. Thank you, Papa Q. Containing 1/4 zip George sweatshirt. Sealed paper bag containing 1 black, blue, 1/4 zip Walmart sweatshirt. Sealed paper bag containing 1 blue George sweatshirt, 1/4 zip. Sealed paper bag containing 1 blue Kenneth Cole sweatshirt. Sealed paper bag containing 1 blue Fruit of the Loom sweatshirt. Sealed paper bag containing 1 blue starter sweatshirt. Starter sweatshirt, what the hell is that? Sealed paper bag containing 1 black spider hooded sweatshirt. Sealed paper bag containing 1 blue sweatshirt with an old label. Sealed paper bag containing 1 blue Adidas sweatshirt. Sealed paper bag containing 1 brown fitted cap with a small bill. Yeah. Let's see. Let me ask you something. Are the people out there, when they're looking at this, still trying to find ways out for Richard Allen? Or are they kind of, starting to smell the coffee or whatever it is? Are they starting to go, oh, wow, okay, yep. This is starting to, looks like this is him. I'm just wondering. Man. Sealed paper bag containing 1 brown fitted cap. I think that might be the one. With a small bill. Is that the one? I don't know if that was a bill, though, on that hat. But maybe it's considered a bill. Sealed paper bag. No what? Alley Cake. I don't even remember what I asked. Are they... Oh, they're still not seeing it? They're still making excuses? Is that what you're saying? What are you saying? Sealed paper bag containing 1 fitted cap with a small bill. I wonder if that's the one. Because it's brown. Sealed paper bag containing 1 black WR stocking cap, 1 black NASCAR Ford racing stocking. No, I don't think so, Alley Cake. Haven't you seen some of them? They think Richard Allen, or that Ron Logan's the guy. Yeah. Oh my God. Cairo just let us know that there's a sealed paper bag with Anadarko Oil Company Picnic 2016 sweatshirt. Oh man, I went right over the top of that one. Well, I thought the connection was really kind of obvious, right? We've gone over that like 16,000 times, but the connection would be that it sounds like Richard Allen was on a mission there that day. Kagan Klein and his Anthony Schatz profile were communicating with the girls that weekend, with Libby that weekend. Libby was really infatuated with the Anthony Schatz profile and really wanted to meet that person. Apparently, that profile was supposed to meet Libby that day, but instead of that person meeting Libby, they met Richard Allen. I mean, how's that? I mean, it just seems like that's so...
I'll be backup.
Unless we've been lied to about all those other things. I don't understand.
Oil Company Picnic 2016 sweatshirt.
There it is. It says, you missed the line. It said, sealed bag, paper bag with Anadarko Oil Company Picnic 2016. Yep. Yeah, I was definitely, Anadarko Oil's always involved somehow, some way. Mm-hmm. Does that make sense, what I just said? I'm trying to figure out how to not make him connected. It makes it hard. Sealed paper bag containing one gray and black Adidas. We got the Carhartt, brown Carhartt. That might be the one right here. Sealed paper bag containing one brown Carhartt stocking cap. Sealed paper bag containing 10 pairs of gloves and one extra glove. Sealed paper bag containing one blue fabric strap and one blue-green fabric strap. Sealed cardboard box containing one HP laptop. Sealed cardboard box containing one HP Pavilion laptop. Sealed paper bag containing a plastic bag containing multiple headbands. Sealed paper bag containing one cardboard phone box containing miscellaneous cellular information. Sealed paper bag containing one Winchester Supreme Elite empty ammo box. Sealed envelope containing one smaller envelope containing one Cruiser Micro 2 GB flash drive with Rick on the back. Rick. I wonder if somebody gave it to him and wrote his name Rick on it. I mean, I don't know if you would do that or not. Maybe that's just weird. Sealed envelope containing a 1 terabyte Western Digital hard drive. Sealed envelope containing one Samsung phone in floral case. Sealed envelope containing miniature katana with a red tassel. Sealed envelope containing one black sheath and one Rapala fillet knife from garage. Sealed envelope containing one black sheath and one the best defense knife from garage. Sealed envelope containing one black external hard drive and cord. Sealed envelope containing one smaller envelope containing one black iPod serial number there. And then sealed envelope containing one smaller envelope containing one 32 megabyte SD card. Sealed cardboard box containing one black sheath with an animal imprinted on the front and one large wooden handled knife with a rusted blade from garage. Sealed paper bag containing 5 miscellaneous vehicle chargers. Sealed paper bag containing 9 miscellaneous wall outlet chargers. That's weird. That's what Beth was telling me about that. Like, why I have all those things. Sealed paper bag containing miscellaneous phone accessories. Sealed paper bag containing 1 HP laptop charger. He has all these phone chargers. So does he have a whole bunch of phones that magically went missing, but he had the chargers still for them? And again, doesn't that sound like a Kagan Klein with all the different phones? Sealed paper bag containing 2 pagers, 1 black and blue. Sealed paper bag containing 3 Motorola and 1 LG flip phones. So, wow. 3 Motorola's and 1 LG flip phone. Sealed envelope containing 1 LG Verizon smartphones. How many phones do you have? I mean, sealed paper bag. Where's that Samsung that he had? Oh, the one that Kagan Klein took to Vegas with him? Yeah. Sealed paper bag containing 1 cardboard box containing 1 LG Verizon side slide smartphone. Sealed envelope containing 1 Motorola Verizon smartphone. So we're looking at a dozen phones. Sealed envelope containing 3 older cell phones. Now there's even more. 1 AudioVox and 1 Nokia and 1 Motorola. Sealed paper bag containing 1 cardboard box containing 1 Nokia 7705 Twist cell phone. Sealed cardboard Garmin box containing 1 Garmin Street Pilot C340 device, 2 cords, and documentation. Sealed cardboard box containing plastic bag containing a custom vehicle operation motorcycle. cover bag containing a motorcycle cover. A plastic bag containing a custom vehicle operations motorcycle. Huh. Sealed manila envelope containing a black Pixel 3a XL cell phone with a black OtterBox case. Sealed manila envelope containing a black Samsung Galaxy. He does like those Samsungs. Hey, look at, I mean, now there's like 15 phones. Do most of you have 15 sitting around your house? Sealed paper bag containing a sealed paper bag sealed by Steve Mullen containing one Aquafina water bottle. Huh, I wonder what that's for. Sealed manila envelope containing a silver LG... Wait, Aquafina water bottle. That's so weird. Isn't Aquafina the bottle that was at the crime scene that Beth said that looked like a Snoopy dog? A beagle? Remember that one? I don't know if anybody's out there that remembered that. But we had a fake... there was a beagle... And it looked like a... Man, that's crazy. It looked like a beagle, but it was actually a water bottle. Once you don't keep it blurry. And I think it was an Aquafina bottle that was actually at the parking area. Interesting. I mean, they're pretty common, but... Sealed manila envelope containing a silver LG singular wireless flip phone. Here's another one. Another flip phone. Sealed envelope containing cutting of a carpeted area underneath the spare tire of the Ford Focus. Sealed envelope containing two plastic wrappers containing one swab from a driver lap belt and one swab of the driver's shoulder belt of the Ford Focus. Sealed envelope containing two plastic wrappers containing two swabs from the passenger side carpeted floorboards. Wow. Well, there you go, everybody. That's some crazy stuff right there. Yeah, you can turn them on. I am actually, you know, the video with the dogs? That one's from like 5 years ago. It still has a pretty good camera on it. Yeah, they still work. You just put the battery in and you can still use them for video and use them to transport stuff, you know. Use the SD cards on them. So let's see. You guys, is anybody interested in calling in about this stuff? I could do it. Well, you're always interested in calling in, Lillian, but are there any other people? Yeah, I mean, you can always call in, but are there other people too? You know, like, okay, you're going to call in, Jared? All right. Well, Lillian's will be first. Oops. Huh, that's not. There we go. Right there. Ready? Better hurry up, Lillian. Get it in, get it in. I wouldn't say many, but you could have just been using them to store files. That's what I was saying. Yeah. is gonna call in first? I like the new. You guys ever? Have you seen these ones? The new Samsungs that are actually flip. Oh God! Flip phones. They go wide open. You know. It even keeps the. You know, everything works the same and everything. They're pretty sweet. Guess they're not really new now, but. Hey, thank you so much, Bama Forever. Well, you have a wonderful night too. Did you find the show interesting at least? I hope I have the right numbers up on the screen. Let's see. I think I do. Eight, 7. Yeah, that's the right one. Yeah. Hello.
Hey, Gray.
It's Lillian. Wow, what a shock.
Hey, listen. You knew I'd be calling in on this one. These people take too long to call in.
Yeah.
But I'm telling you, I said to Nancy today, I said, when I saw it on the news, I said, man, Gray's going to be on this quick. And I said, so I got to check my
hold on one second.
tablet.
Bama Forever's Cat Eye just came in with the music.
All right.
Can you hear it? Can you hear the...
Yes, I can hear it.
Thank you, Mr. Gray. Everyone have a wonderful night. Colin_basic generous.
Well, thank you. All right.
Hey, so, anyway, Gray, why don't he save a lot of anguish to the family and everybody else, family, friends, and just give it up. Just give it up. You know, you don't want to eat, give him some IV so you can beef him up. Wait until January. Cripe, he might want to kill himself between now and then. I mean, the family needs justice. They need to know exactly what happened. So he needs to fess up and tell everything he knows. Everything.
Yeah. I wonder if they could give him, like, what I would say is, like, go for the death penalty, but then try to negotiate to see if there's somebody else here involved.
Well, exactly, Gray, exactly. And you and I both said that we believe, and I still do, that, Kagan Klein somewhere along the line, is involved because it seems like it all fits.
Yeah, it almost seems...
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it just seems like the odds are so low.
You're right.
The other way,
Absolutely.
but it does happen. You remember the whole Brian Laundrie with the girls in Moab that he met at at the store, and they talked to him, and then the same day that they're there, they get murdered by somebody else, but it wasn't him, even though Brian Laundrie goes on to murder somebody. So once you have something like that, you think, man, crazy shit can happen.
I know. But I mean, and what gets me is as soon as I heard that, the defense said, hey, we know he said that, but when it goes to trial, we'll let you know how that came about. Really? You know how it came about? Because he did it. That's why. And I'm sorry, people might say, innocent till proven guilty. I get that. I'm all for that.
Yeah, we don't have to do that.
But if it walks like a duck and acts like a duck and quacks like a duck, to me it's a duck.
Yeah, we don't have to do
that.
We don't. People in the public don't have to. That's just how it is in trial. You have to, to be on a jury, you have to believe that it's innocent until proven guilty. But we are looking at it like. I start off looking at it like that, and then it's like when you start seeing stuff, you go, oh my God, this guy's guilty as hell. Exactly how the jury will do at trial when presented with the same info.
Right. Well, Gray, it gets me fired up because I have been following this case from day one, just like you, when I heard it came on our news. And then, and like Missy Beavers, too. I'm still waiting on that one. But when this came up, I couldn't get enough of it. And then when I found you, it was game over. You are, well, you're on every one of them. You do such a thorough job with every single one, and you know it, and we all know it. And so I said to Nancy today, man, I know Gray heard this, and he's going to be on it early.
Well, you know what sucks, though? I was, let's see. So I knew this whole week that today on Wednesday, my power is going to be out from, let's see, it was going to be 8 in the morning until 3 o'clock in the afternoon. And then,
really?
And then, just like every other time, there's a Delphi news right in the middle of the day. Literally, I think it was 11 o'clock, like exactly in the middle. Somebody, I could just barely get my email on my phone. And then I was like, oh, crap. So then I couldn't download anything. So I drove over to my friend's house, downloaded it on my laptop, and then started reading through stuff to try to weed out some of it. And put it into, then I transferred it onto my computer. I mean, sort of boring story there, but it was just like, I was so like, God, what are the odds? Couldn't it be tomorrow? I could have jumped on the air. We could have gone through it all together at the same time.
And I know you. I could just see you scrambling, Gray. I'm sorry. I know it because
I tagged him in the order.
Yeah, but like you said, Gray, it just, God, it just haunts me that these two girls, once he saw them further down that bridge and he got on there, they had nowhere to go. And they were trapped. And then when Libby realized that, oh, God, and she had the wherewithal and the bravery to turn on that phone. And then what makes me almost want to cry, I mean, I could. That one had, and you said it many times, and we all know it.
Yeah, today they said it.
One had to watch the other one die, and that just kills me. Mm-hmm. It just kills me. And this sucker, I could say a lot worse, but I wouldn't say it on your channel. But this SOB needs to they need to feed him, give him some intravenous, and maybe he'll plead now. I don't know how they can, with all this evidence and all this that was shown with it, and he puts himself at the murder scene. Who does that? You know why, Gray? Because he knew he was seen, and he had to go and say, well, if I say, hey, yeah, I was there, they'll think, well, then he couldn't have done it because he's putting himself right there. Mm-hmm. And he did. So, I mean, it's just awful. It's just horrible. And these families and those kids need justice. And, the death penalty, too good for them.
Yeah, what's weird? Whose name? One person's name that was missing from all these documents is Ron Logan.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, and there's people that keep trying to sell the books, and like there's a whole. The sad part is there's this community out there that try to sell that it's Ron Logan, and then they actually send stuff, I guarantee it, to the defense because they're so convinced that it's Ron Logan that it's not Richard Allen. And, the defense is probably going to use some of those other things, even though it's not going to work whatsoever. It's just,
Right, it's not. And I have to admit, early on, I thought he could have been involved somehow. Because that pedophile ring, and maybe that's not even true, but Richard Allen,
he could be involved somehow, like on some weird, like he's part of the same ring that was found on the Dropbox account that Kagan Klein. But now they're saying, a lot of people are saying that Kagan Klein and them aren't related. So let me ask you this: if they're not related, how did Richard Allen know that day that Libby was going to be there? Like he was on a mission. He got there just minutes before she was going to get there. it just seems like that was his goal. And his daughter, by the way, looks very similar. And there's a picture of his daughter wearing the tie-dye shirt on a bed later.
A tie-dye shirt on the bed now. How creepy is that? How creepy is that? I mean, I'm sorry, Gray. If they're, look, I told you before, if they're not somehow tied together with Kagan Klein and that pedophile ring, I would really, really be surprised. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'd just be surprised because it certainly sounds like it. I mean, I know timing in life, they say, is everything, but he and all the phones he has, who has all those phones? I mean, come on. Was he using some for personal use and some for him being in this pedophile ring? How did he know they were going to be there at that time? Like you just said. Now, I'm sorry. I'm not. Nancy says I'm gullible, but I'm not that damn gullible that you can't. But I'm not that together.
You can probably hear yourself there. I was trying to.
Yeah, I just did hear myself there.
Yeah, because I was gonna get. I'm gonna send out some memberships.
You are?
Yep.
I don't know how to do that. I'd have to have Nancy do it. I don't know how, but I know how to call in, and I know how to.
You sure do.
On chat.
Yeah.
Yes, I do, Gray, and I enjoy it, and I hope you enjoy what I have to say because I follow this case.
Yeah,
I'm not. I mean, I might not be the smartest knife in the drawer, but I'm certainly not stupid, and I love this case to be going to trial soon. Maybe he'll plea, and then the families can somehow. You'll never get over it. They'll never make. You know, you just learn to live with it. I don't believe in closure. You learn to live with it. And the other night, I got to give you kudos too. When you put Lyric and Elizabeth, and I caught that show, man, that was great. That was great, too. That's another one that has to be solved. So, look, I know you have other calls, and last night I got on so late, you were saying goodnight. I'm like, wow, I don't know how that happened, but because I never get any, what do you call it, Nance? Advisements? You don't pay attention. Yeah.
Notification.
Notification. That's right. Mm-hmm. Or I would have.
You know what's funny is like you said that to Nancy, and she started throwing in like real life stuff, like, you didn't get these things, and it's like no notifications. She was about to start throwing. She was about to start throwing in personal stuff right there. I think.
Great. Yeah. You know what? Here's the thing. When you've been together, will be 33 years in August. She knows exactly what I want to say, but can't find the words. Mm-hmm. You know. So, but listen, I'm going to let you go. But Gray, you think he'll plead now that this came out and everybody knows it out here now? Do you think he will?
I don't think so. I mean, it seems like he's just going to go for it. But I think it might be once you get close to the trial and you see some of the pictures from the crime scene, he'll see them in discovery or whatever the hell it is, and that might be a time where he might decide to do that, or he might not.
Well,
but the thing about the phone call he makes to his wife, and then admits to it, and then all of a sudden he realizes he needs to then become crazy because that would explain why he inadvertently said that to his wife, really.
Yeah, well, Gray, answer me this question. After he murdered those two innocent girls, guess what? He went on with his life. He went back to CVS, wasn't crazy working every day, earning a paycheck, wasn't crazy going to the bar, dancing around like a fool, playing
he did look pretty cool when he danced around like a fish in the pool.
Oh, Gray, listen, I'm real close to Philly. We can dance here in Jersey and Philly. He looked like a fool. He really did. I'm sorry.
Well, he's not. Well, the thing about going crazy, it has nothing to do with the 5 years and everything before. It just has to do with he was normal even in prison up until he accidentally said that to his wife. Then he said it intentionally to his wife, but he thought his wife would be. But then he later was probably told, you know what, they recorded that. And then he's like, oh, oops, oh, like in Caddyshack when the guy's arm got hit by the ball. He's probably like, oh, wait, I was sick. And,
yeah, but Greg, guess what? Everybody in prison knows when you make a phone call, it's recorded. So find something else, Richard. Mm-hmm. Find something else, because you knew damn right. Oh, here I go cursing now. He knew it had to be recorded. Maybe he wants to fess up. Who knows? But everybody in there knows it's recorded. Right. So now he does look sick because he doesn't want to eat.
Yeah.
So,
well, the reason it reminds me, I don't know if you ever watched Caddyshack, but it reminds me of when. Yes. I can't remember the actor's name, but he was the older guy with the white hair. That's kind of one of the main characters. He hit a golf shot. No, it was actually Rodney Dangerfield in this case. He hits his arm, then he looks around and he goes, ooh, 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 and he's kind of looking around like, oh yeah, my arm, like, because his arm didn't really hurt, but. He looked around to see if everybody was looking. Then he said, "Oh, yeah, it hurts," just like Richard Allen was doing with the. Oh wait! I was crazy. I was crazy. Ooh, yeah.
I get what you're saying.
Yeah,
Greg.
like the call. The call was the phone call to his wife was the ball that hit him in the arm.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
So listen, this ought to be interesting to see where we go from here and how the defense, how they can downplay that, but. He's guilty, he did it, and he needs to pay for it. Yep. And no sympathy from me, I'm sorry. So listen, you get your next call, and keep doing what you're doing. You always do excellent work. And I'm glad that little shed of yours, or your little office, I saw it last night.
Yeah.
I came on that. That's going to be real good for you.
Yeah, I can't wait. I mean, every time today was kind of not, it was just really, there was this, how the electrical wires, sometimes they go in your garage, there was this pipe that kind of goes up and then curves before the ceiling and goes across, going into the electrical box, and they needed to raise, that, but while they were doing that, they went outside on the roof and found these corroded wires coming from the main wire. And they were just really dangerous. They were like, holy shit.
Yeah,
so they had to rip those things out.
That'll have to be replaced.
Yeah, they did all that. They got all of it replaced. It was crazy. Every single thing. Now, the next part will be putting in all the places I want outlets. So I'm going to put outlets everywhere. They're also going to put the, let's see, the modem. So the modem, I use Ethernet cables on my computer. So they're going to put little outlets in different areas that have the Ethernet. I just plug in an Ethernet into it, and then it works. It's gonna be sweet. The whole thing.
Yeah, well, you're gonna have a nice place. And somebody in chat last night I caught. Are you gonna have the pups in there?
Well, I'm sure I'd bring them in, for the show or something.
Because people look forward to seeing.
But I wouldn't even have to have it like that, because that camera that I use is a cell phone that uses it uses NDI technology. And it just connects to the Wi-Fi, and then it goes onto my computer, so I could actually be in the other place, and it would still film them on there. It's pretty weird.
See, you have all that technology going, Gray. So you're good. You know what? Your wife will think you left home. You'll be in your little man cave, whatever you want to call it, all day and night.
Well, no, she'll be happy. She'll go like this. Because it's going to be amazing. What I'm going to do before I get out of the living room, I'm going to take a full picture of what it really looks like, how crammed in and crappy that my office made this living room for years. Now it's going to be this wide open living room where we can watch a movie if we want to together instead of So.
Well, you know what? She was very patient with you, and now you're getting your own little cave. That's what the guys call them, little man caves, I guess. And you'll be as happy as a pig in what, Nance?
And I could have built that.
Oh, the crime cave, Nancy said.
The crime cave.
The crime cave.
I could have had it many years ago if we didn't do the charity stuff. Man, I could have.
Oh yeah.
Well, no, I'm just kidding. I mean, the thing is, that's what I want to do. So the thing is, over the last 5 or 6 years, I just saved a little bit of here, a little bit of there, and then finally, I'm just going to try to make it happen. It's just one of those things.
Well, it'll happen. And remember, Gray, I remember when you were on one night talking about somebody wanted you to move your garage over a little bit. It was something about it was too close to their property. Remember that? Mm-hmm. Is that where you're having it?
Let's see. But what now? What did you say?
Remember years ago, your garage or something in the back was too close to somebody's property or something. They were complaining.
Oh, yeah.
Remember
that was the shed. Yeah, that all got figured out.
Yeah. So is that where your office is going to be?
No, it's actually in a garage. The garage we don't use for a garage. It's never been used for like a car goes into it, so it's just converted. Now it has a bathroom, a laundry room, and an office in a 400.
You're never coming out of there. You'll never be coming out of there.
Well, I'll definitely spend time in there, but I think it's gonna be great. It'll be like now I'm going to the office, and then I come back home. Because you actually go outside, take a few steps outside, and then go into another door. So there you go.
Well, we'll all be waiting to see it.
Yeah.
And I know you're smiling now, and it's not even finished yet.
Yeah.
All right, Gray. Look, thanks for taking my call.
All right.
And we'll see where Richard Allen goes from here. And all the freaks, I wish everybody a happy night and healthy to everybody. And Cindy J, I got to get in touch with her. So take care, and we'll talk soon, all right?
Yeah. Hey, well, thanks for calling in. It's always good. Boom!
Yeah, you're welcome.
Oh, and thanks for the PayPal. Thank you.
Oh, not a problem, Gray.
All right.
One day I'm getting a cat eye in there, I'm telling you.
Well, say hello to Nancy in the background.
Nancy Gray said hi.
Hey, Gray.
You hear her?
Hey. Yeah, I did.
Okay. All right,
Well,
I'll talk to you, Gray.
All right, see you later.
Bye, freaks.
Bye-bye. Lillian. All right, before we get these calls, let me go. I got so many. Well, it's down here, working on. Yeah, there's these images right here. I don't. When people go, "What's the meaning?" I don't know if there is a meaning to them. It's just that's Richard Allen right there. Maybe it's showing the different looks that he has. I mean, he's holding a dog, and it's showing the little. It's a good picture, clear shot of his face. It might be that they put two photos in there to show the difference that he looks in two of them in a row, where he, in this one, he looks a lot different than this one, right? So that could be that they're showing that. Like, this is what he can look like. But I don't think there's any sort of subliminal message where people are trying to, hey, check out there's something there. Look at the way he's doing. I don't see anything like that. Oh, are you saying that this dog was inside of his jacket? Oh, that's it, everybody. The puppy that was in the jacket. We've now seen it. Yeah, maybe there's dog hair, whatever. We've already heard about the dog hair stuff, It's just kind of nothing burger. Okay, let me get this over here. All right, 727.
Hi.
Hello, who's that?
Gray?
No, it's the other
This is
guy.
Terry.
Gary. Who is it?
Oh, the other guy. Yeah, it's Terry Gray.
Oh, hey.
So, something I've been thinking about, and of course, I honestly think that they do have Richard Allen, but a lot of things are unexplained, and I think the guy may have blackouts. And I used to do treatment for people that had blackouts, both schizophrenics and alcoholics. And honestly, he, sometimes they only have a few episodes in their life.
What are you trying to say? Well, blackouts when? Like, so he was blacked out the whole day when he went and killed the girls, and he just doesn't remember? Or?
He would remember some of it. What he may remember.
See, that's like a Jodi Arias. That's like a Jodi Arias type excuse, It just doesn't seem very.
Well, I didn't follow her case. I just know that people that I have taken care of, they sometimes don't believe it's true, but they know things have happened. Because, if he went home and he said to his wife, okay, I was there today, but they cleared me. So she may not have a lot of questions after that.
Right, he was just trying to make it so she didn't ask questions.
Right. But I'm not completely convinced that for 5 years he absolutely knew he was the one that did it.
Well, I know what you're saying, but I think he absolutely knew exactly the whole time. He was shocked out of his mind when he went and told the conservation officer, because he thought he's toast, because he probably likely the image that the Carhartt jacket, the blue jeans, and the shoes, they put that out within 2 days. I bet you he saw that image and he goes, holy crap, I'm there. I'm just going to let somebody know that I was there, and because they didn't say that image came from her phone or anything at that time. So he was just saying that he was there and everything like that. And then he was shocked out of his mind when it didn't lead to him being arrested. So over the years, I mean, what makes you think that he doesn't remember any of it?
Well, I'm not saying he doesn't remember any of it. I'm thinking that he may remember, like it's a dream, like there are things he remembers.
Yeah, I think, here's the thing is, well, I don't mean to interrupt. I mean, I do mean to interrupt because I'm speaking, but I did. The thing is, I mean, the problem is in this industry that you're referring to is that you're just believing the word of somebody. Like, you don't know if they don't remember, even if they say, God, I don't remember. It was really foggy in my brain. You don't know if that's true. You're just believing what they're saying when they tell you that, right?
That's right.
Yeah, see, that's one of the problems, and these people have, and it's important for them to make this story up, so they have a reason to do it. Like, you know what I'm saying? So it's hard for me to believe that. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, there are people that are like that. I actually used to work in the area that this happened.
Oh wait, hold on a second. Sorry, I got somebody just sent me the cool avocado dance. I would turn it off, except it's fun to listen to. You got it? Can you hear it?
Yeah, I can hear it.
Crime dissector, I'm sure you're gonna be live when I'm rapping too. Right? Hold on one second. Thank you, Mama. She 13. Okay, I'm turning it off. The audio for that.
Well, yeah. I've had people that have had episodes, and I've witnessed the episodes. Nothing as violent as this, obviously. And they will come to me and they'll say, I know some really bad things. They're very remorseful, extremely sorry. I'm so sorry this happened, blah, 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 blah. Mm-hmm. And they really don't have a reason. They didn't do anything illegally. Yes, they acted out and some things happened. They don't remember everything that happened, and they were remorseful afterward. And I don't think he's at that element. I know that, just a lot of things don't make sense to me as to how he could go on in a normal life if he was fully aware that he did it. I don't know.
Well, because people
I don't know,
can do that.
If he didn't do it, who else did?
Well, there's people like in the April Tinsley case, John Miller. He killed April Tinsley, and over the years he would even taunt the police and everything like that. And then he just sat around and lived a normal life, and then DNA led to him in like 30-something years later, and he lived just his own little weird life. I mean, Richard Allen, he kind of lived sort of a reclusive-ish, even though he'd go play pool, it was just kind of with his wife and just sort of in the corners wearing his hats. Nobody really, I don't know. To me, it seems like he was absolutely aware the entire time, and it's to his advantage to pretend. He might be doing something where he's compartmentalizing what he did, so he can have normal days. But I think he knows that he did it and remembered it. It's not like a dream that he had or something. That's just my opinion. I mean,
and mine too. You know, I don't know. I can't get over the Keegan Kline issue, and I mean, what are the odds?
Right.
It's just too. I don't know. You know, I would say, well, you know, they have all the phones, all the electronic data, blah da da da. But you know what? These are the same people that messed this up for 5 years. So can we trust that? I'm sorry, people, that they knew how to. You know, you just counted, what did the guy have? 15, 18 phones or something like that?
Yeah, I mean, it just kept going on and on and on. Then there was some earlier, too.
Yeah. So do they have the forensic investigators that they need that can actually go through all this stuff? That's my suspicion.
Well, they're going to have to do that. Hopefully there's some other I mean, I want to know why he was there that day at that time on the same day that a catfishing account was supposed to be there on that day at that time. You know,
right.
Yep. So it's just really, you know, it's got to be, even if it's not connected to Keegan Kline directly, it feels like it has to be sort of part of maybe the Dropbox account or something where it was sort of like a la carte. You go on there, hey guys, I just catfished this girl. She's going to be over here at this time. And he could see the message, and he went there to be the fisher, you know.
Yeah.
So maybe, you know, the catfisherman, you know. So maybe that's kind of the level of it, but it just, I don't know how. If this turns out where it's just him alone, it's just almost hard to believe, you know. But it's not going to be something I'm not going to believe, but it would be hard to believe almost. So,
it is hard.
So anyway.
Well, thanks for taking my call. Appreciate the info. Bye-bye.
Well, thanks for calling. Appreciate it. Have a good one. All right. 316.
Hi, Gray. Can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you. Who's this?
Hi, Gray. This is Jared from Kansas.
What's going on? Are you in a truck?
What's going on, man?
Are you in?
Yeah, I'm going to Walmart. Sorry.
Oh, okay. You're gonna. Okay.
Can you? Is it better now? I turned my.
No, I can hear you. I can hear you.
Oh, okay. So I can't really hear what's going on when I'm on hold, so I'm not really sure what you have and haven't talked about. But can I say something before we start? I love Lillian, but she said something about, you know, Richard Allen dancing like a jackass, and Matthew from Philly and Jersey can dance. I'm from Newark, and I most certainly can't dance, so that's a lie.
Oh, okay. Well, there you go.
I'm just giving her shit. But what I did want to ask about the Richard Allen shit was this something that I've really been thinking about for a while. I haven't really been able to talk to anybody about was, you know how they were saying something about how Libby or Abby, I'm assuming probably Libby more than Abby, was asking earlier in the day that they had went through the bridge, that somehow that they were asking multiple times to have been taken there, and that her sister had turned her down.
Yeah, well, she was that day. Yeah, I mean, other times, I think even.
But I'm saying, is it true that they had asked multiple times in the day before they had been taken, that they asked to be taken, and that they were turned down until her sister had finally decided, yeah, I will take you?
I don't really know. I know that the sister was just going to be heading out, and they said, hey, can we get a ride to the bridge? I don't know.
Right,
I mean, I've heard those same sort of stories out there. I mean, but I don't know what difference it really makes or anything. But
okay, well, I was thinking because, you know, just because I'd heard that stuff, that there's a lot of people that are trying to say that maybe Richard Allen and Kagan didn't have any kind of ties to each other, but you know, the way they were saying that Richard Allen had been dressed too many layers for that temperature of the day.
Well, my thing is, I don't actually agree with that. It was 43 degrees out, and it was windy.
I do agree.
And the thing is
right,
everybody else was dressed like he was, except, you know, when kids go out and the sun just pops out, they just pretend like it's 95 degrees, right? Yeah.
Right, exactly, yeah. As soon as the sun comes out, all of a sudden, oh, God, because I've been that way, too, when I was a kid, that my mom has yelled at me to put a damn jacket on.
Mm-hmm.
So, I get what you're saying. But, you know, so, I mean, if we're going by that, possibly for the people that are saying that Richard Allen and Kagan aren't connected somehow, that if they were asking to have been taken to the trails earlier in the day, and Richard was dressed, you know, a little warmer than normal for the people that were supposedly out there, do you think that he had thought that they were going to be able to make it out there earlier and they didn't? And then it came back later in the day when they were actually confirmed to come out there?
Well, would he have known that they're going to be there?
Well, if we're going on the Richard Allen and Kagan are somehow tied together.
Yeah.
Because Kagan was claiming that he had talked to Libby earlier that day.
Well, see, the thing is, Richard Allen lives so close to there that you think that he could just be like, hey, they're going to be, I just got a hold of them. They're going to be out there at, 1:45, 2 o'clock. So then Richard Allen makes sure he gets out there at 1:30 something. Like,
no, I definitely, I agree with that, but I'm just going off of the theory that maybe because people are trying to say that he had dressed a little warmer than normal as opposed to everyone else, that he had thought they were going to come out earlier based on those claims that the girls were asking earlier in the day to be taken and her sister did not want to take her earlier.
Oh, you mean like he was dressed for like colder in the morning?
Like he was dressed for colder in the morning and he thought that they were going to show up, but somehow they couldn't convince their sister to take them earlier in the day. So I'm just going off of what are you thinking when it comes to Richard Allen and Kagan being connected with that Richard Allen wasn't just some random dude that showed up, that he had known somehow that those girls were going to be there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean that's and the witnesses said it looked like he was on a mission, head down. He was
right, and that, absolutely. Like they were saying when he was walking, that he was walking like with a purpose, so he knew where he was going and he needed to hurry up and get there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and we've talked about and some of you also brought up, like Trish in the chat there, the Marathon gas station that I've brought up on all the different shows is right next to Richard Allen's home, and apparently that's a search. But I mean, again, it was something. The murder sheet's the one that said that somebody said that he, like the FBI knew that he had done a search for the Marathon gas station in Delphi that day, and that Kagan Klein did, and then so then it makes you feel like they were meeting there, and then Richard Allen gave Kagan something, and then he goes to Vegas right after that. I mean, it's so
right, and I totally agree with you. I mean, people can call me a nut all they want, but I really agree with you that he had met up with Kagan to give him something, and then they went because they didn't. Let me be honest with you, man. Like I've bought weed many a times. I wouldn't drive from Indiana to Las Vegas to get weed. So I don't believe that he drove all the way out there to get a good price on weed. Really?
Yeah.
So I agree with you on he took something out there, but I just wanted to ask you because there's a lot of people that call me crazy for thinking that somehow Richard Allen and Kagan Klein are still connected somehow.
Well, the thing is, there's actual circumstantial evidence that makes it seem very likely that they're connected. However, it doesn't mean it is true. It just seems like there's so much circumstance. It's not like I'm not inventing anything. I could actually tell you what I think it's. I would say it like this. Kagan Klein's house was raided. I think it was on the 23rd of February or 25th of February, so just 2 weeks after the murders. All kinds of pornography was found in his house, on phones and everything, all over the place. Right. He didn't seem to care that much about that, but his own phone that he used every single day was He didn't present that. Then they questioned him doing a polygraph test regarding the Delphi case itself. And then when he comes home, he miraculously finds that phone and starts uninstalling, deleting, and then you wonder what in the hell was on that phone, because it was right after being questioned about the Delphi case. And he had just got back in that, when they just got home from Las Vegas, a trip that he had a Samsung phone that he factory reset in Las Vegas, saying that he found that phone on a taxi cab. So then if you keep working backwards, just prior to that, he's supposed to go to the Marathon gas station in Delphi the same day that the girls were killed, right next to the house where Richard Allen lives. And, you just put all this stuff together, where they were searching in the Wabash River. 2 weeks later, they're looking at Richard Allen. They're at Richard Allen's home. Then 2 weeks after that, he's arrested. It's just on and on and on and on and on. It just seems, it's not like you're just inventing it,
Right, exactly. And a lot of people that I talk to just kind of brush away the fact that Kagan had Googled Marathon gas station that day. Mm-hmm. And I'm sorry, but I might be making myself look like a piece of shit, but I've done plenty of drug deals where I've gone to other towns and looked up gas stations on where to meet somebody for something. And I know that you just don't go to another town for no reason. Like, you drove all the way from, what was the town he lived in? I can't remember the town, but he drove all the way there to it, and he was looking up a gas station for what? To drive, 20 or 30 miles to get gas?
Yeah, what was the reason? And the sad part is I guess apparently the surveillance footage, they waited too long, and then it got corrupted and lost. So they never got to look at it.
Right.
Oh, man.
Exactly.
Brutal.
So that stuff doesn't. So
here's
confuses
here's
me.
Here's what was on the footage. Richard Allen's car pulls up next to Kagan Klein's, and he hands him the Samsung phone to collect media from what he's about to do. Then he goes to the crime scene, commits the murder. Things go a little off. He gets more blood and stuff on him. Then he still hands the phone to Kagan, and then he and his dad go to Las Vegas and sell that media to somebody over there. And then they come home and they factory reset that very same Samsung phone. That story makes sense given the world that those people are in. Is that something that happened? I have no idea whatsoever at all, but that's something I put together based on the information presented in the case.
Right.
Yeah.
Right, and I absolutely agree with that 100%. And my next question would be for those people that love to just, I don't know why, but they're just defending Richard Allen as though he's innocent. Like, obviously, you're innocent until proven guilty. But my question is, what do people have that I'm missing somehow? That they're saying that Richard Allen is a fall guy somehow? Like, what proof are they presenting that they're saying
he's a fall guy because they're committed to it being Ron Logan, so they need him to be the fall guy.
So they're still doing the Ron Logan crap?
Yeah. So he's the fall guy for Ron Logan. Like Ron Logan's the real guy, they think, but he's the fall guy. He's the one that.
Wow.
I mean, I wish they realized how ridiculous they sound, but they just keep on churning it out.
It's beyond fucking ridiculous to think that Ron Logan is the killer. Really?
Yeah, I mean, at the beginning, nobody knew, but listen, you can ask anybody that knows me. I've never thought Ron Logan is the guy on the bridge. Okay, and the guy on the bridge is the killer, so it's not him,
Me either. I've never once thought. I've tried, as much as I can to just try and humor these people and be like, okay, let's look at the visual evidence, the audio evidence, and everything, and let's make Ron Logan be the guy. I can't make that make sense.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It doesn't make sense at all. And then you look at everything circumstantial and audio-wise and visual-wise, it makes more sense that it's Richard Allen, but people are really just sticking with he's a fall guy somehow.
Yep. Well, this is the group of people that once the trial is over and everything is still, it's all done, they won't move on. It allows them to have decades more of content on the same case because they'll keep trying to talk about this crazy, like, remember that wacko guy that I won't even say his name, but he just would make video after video about how, ooh, look at that. She slid the book off the bed on purpose. You know, she slid the book off the bed on purpose. Crazy.
But Gray, at this point in time, which wacko are you talking about? Because there ain't just one.
No, there's a whole bunch of them. They don't want to use logic. They just do what's more sensationalistic for views and subs. And guess what? It works. I don't do that.
I agree.
Okay? It works for them.
I know, because I can tell you right now, Gray, that when I first came to your channel, I wanted to hate you so bad because I was one of those people that are like, oh, well, he's just an asshole. I wanted to look for every reason why I could be like, well, fuck Gray. He doesn't know what he's talking about because he's an asshole.
Yeah.
But every time you say something, I'm like, I just can't argue with it.
Yeah.
It makes sense. And that's why I keep coming back to your channel, because
that's what I try to do.
I've wanted to hate your guts for a while, but I just can't.
Hey, guess what? There's a lot of people that think exactly the same way. I can tell you that.
I agree.
Yeah.
But yeah, man, I don't understand where it is that people, and you're a content creator, and I get that you can probably get it more than me, because I'm not a content creator. I don't know about this stuff. I don't know about trying to just throw out bullshit theories in order to do clickbait shit. But I mean, is it really that? The way I'm seeing it is there's more people out there just bullshitting just to get clicks than it is to actually say something truthful or to make it seem plausible.
Yeah.
And I just don't get that. And it really seems like it's really ruining the true crime community by doing shit like that.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it's kind of a nightmare. I mean, the thing is it's not as entertaining when you try to do it the right way, because you're just looking at the facts, trying to put the puzzle together.
Right, because sometimes the facts are just boring.
Yeah, and sometimes you don't have the right. Like, we always thought there was no social media involved because that's what law enforcement told everybody, the family, and it was true, actually. Like, they didn't think that for the first year, but obviously they must have switched at some point, but they never updated anybody on that.
Right, and then another thing I want to ask you, I don't know if you've ever been privy to law enforcement, but my dad was the sheriff of the county that I lived in. I won't say where. Mm-hmm. But I do know that whenever you have an ongoing investigation, I'm just going to be truthful, and it might sound shitty, and it might upset people, but they don't have to tell the truth while there's an ongoing investigation.
Mm-hmm. But in this case, they did think that there was no, because I mean I've talked to Robert Ives, and he goes, yeah, no, it was weird. We couldn't find a link back then. But then after he left is when all the subpoena stuff came in, and then they were able to put together something about Kagan Klein. I mean, again, isn't it weird that after all this momentum happened with the Kagan Klein information, that it's right at the tail end of it, oh, it's Richard Allen. I mean, so again, it just feels like it's connected again. But anyway.
And then do you think as I'm not trying to take up your time or anything, but do you think as it goes with Kagan Klein, and you remember, obviously you remember, but when it came to the searching of the Wabash River down there in his hometown, do you personally think that was somehow connected to what's going on in Delphi?
Wait, what was the last sentence?
And I'm
what was the last sentence you said? Say it again. The sentence, the last part. I didn't understand it.
I'm sorry. I'm just asking that when it came to Kagan Klein and the searching of the Wabash River, do you think that was somehow connected to Delphi?
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, I think they even said that, like law enforcement. I mean, they didn't say it to us, but I mean, you have, if you're Kagan Klein is who led them to look in the Wabash River, right? So you have
Absolutely.
Doug Carter on a helicopter flying above it. And then again, I mean, the murder sheet, they said that their sources said that it was related to the Delphi case, that they were searching the Wabash River. Now, did they find something? I don't know, but they were there for like 3 weeks, and then 2 weeks after they were done searching, they were over at Richard Allen's house, and we're to believe that it was just somebody looking through the records again. Here's how I think that
Right.
it could be true also. This is what I think. That eventually they were looking in the river for something, maybe even the murder weapon.
Yeah.
Then,
Right.
but let's say they didn't even find it, but he gives a name, and then law enforcement says, wow, we've had this name. We've looked at every single guy in the Delphi area. And so they look back through their records, and there it is, that a conservation officer had spoken to Richard Allen, and they were just shocked to see what was written there, that he even admitted being there, and they can't get around that aspect of it. But it seems like there was a hint made, because really 2 weeks after 5-6 years, 2 weeks after they are done searching the Wabash River, they're at somebody's house, and it was just a miraculous discovery that had nothing to do with Kagan Klein. I don't know, man. Like, it's just too many.
Right, yeah. No, I believe, I'm with you, man. It had something to do with him.
And yet it might not be. So we all have to say it might not be. And if
I
it
mean,
isn't,
of course, it might not be. I mean, anything could be anything, It could have been anybody for any reason, but I just don't believe that all these circumstantial evidence are for naught.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
Right.
Like, all this stuff that adds up, it doesn't add up to nothing. So I don't get it. And then maybe one more question, and then I'll get off because I don't want to take your time up. But do you think that Richard Allen had went to a conservation officer on purpose as opposed to a regular Delphi police department or Carroll County Sheriff? Why didn't he go to either one of them?
I don't know. I mean, maybe they dress sort of the same. I don't know. I mean, I don't know if he intentionally. And I don't know what he thought what he would gain from it. Like, even if he went to that one, wouldn't he think, well, eventually a regular police officer will come? Or was the conversation with the conservation officer, did that check him off of a list? And then all of a sudden, but nobody really looked at the content of the information that the conservation officer gave them. I think there's no way around it, everybody, that somebody dropped the ball. If it's all true that Richard Allen spoke to the conservation officer and said what he said, somehow information that would put somebody absolutely at the top of a suspect list didn't make it to the right people, so somebody dropped the ball. And this case, as it's lingered on for 5 years, likely could have been solved in a week or two back then. I mean, that's the reality.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, there's so much going on that, we can speculate all day, but we just don't know 100% of the facts, so we just don't know. But I want to run stuff by you because I've watched a lot of different YouTube channels, and I'll be honest with you, a lot of them are horse shit compared to your channel.
Yeah.
So
thank you.
If I can talk to you and ask you, I would much rather believe what you say as opposed to somebody else, because I don't want to hear about all these conspiracy theories, or even worse, when people say, oh, well, I talked to a psychic who talked to Libby herself. And I'm like, are you fucking really?
Yeah, those people are sick.
Come on, man.
Yeah. But, hey, but listen, I got to get to, there's one more call that's been sitting on hold for that whole time and before you even got on, so I got to get to that person.
I apologize.
You don't have to apologize. I'm just letting you know, but I appreciate your call. That was fun. I appreciate it.
Yeah, absolutely. It was nice,
stuff.
man. I appreciate it. Hopefully I can call again, I really love what you do, man.
Hey, I appreciate it, man. Thank you. Have a good one.
Hey, have a good night, man.
You too. Bye.
Bye.
All right. 206, you're on.
Hey, Gray. Thanks for putting these videos out.
Hey.
This is Mike over on the West Coast.
Oh, hey.
First time calling, so been following you for a while, and this case especially. Weird, I never call into these, but yeah, I've been fascinated with this case. I hope the families are doing okay. Huge tragedy, obviously.
Yeah, I mean, it's been 5 years, so some of they're able to have a good days and everything like that, but you never really get over losing. I feel like Anna's probably struggled the most. It was like her only kid.
Yeah, and it sounds like you've talked to them personally and all that. So yeah.
Well, I haven't talked to Anna much, but have the, like Becky and Mike and Kelsey. I've talked to them over the years.
Yeah. There's one topic that I've been thinking about as I've been following this. I wanted to get your thoughts, see if you had any on it. So during one of the press conferences, it was pretty late in the case. They hadn't caught Richard Allen yet, but I think it was Doug Carter in a press conference mentioned they were basically talking to who they thought would be the killer at this point, and by this time the FBI was involved in everything. And in a very deliberate way, Doug Carter, I think that's who it was, mentioned a movie, and I think the movie was called The Shack.
Yeah, The Shack.
And and it just seemed extremely deliberately mentioned. I looked up the plot of the movie. It has something to do with redemption. I think there's a murder of a child in it.
Yeah, I think that's really what it was all about.
Yeah,
that's why I brought it up.
I had to. I mean, yeah, and so I thought it could be just purely coincidence. He saw the movie recently and decided to incorporate it into his speech. But I was thinking about it more, and I'm like, his words were probably very, very carefully chosen at the direction of the FBI and their analysts that were involved in the case. And I was just kind of curious if you've seen the movie.
I haven't seen the movie, but I've talked to Kelsey's mentioned it a few times. Like, she's seen it a couple times.
Yeah.
And then also there's an interview for the Scene of the Crime podcast that me, Mike Morford, and Jess Betancourt created years ago, where Carter actually explains it. He says, why'd you put that in the movie? And she said, and then Kelsey said, there's no shack, right? He goes, no, there's no shack. He goes, I just thought it was, it was something, it had a message in it that maybe, about redemption. So maybe if he put it out there, the killer might see it and come forward,
Okay, so it was like an appeal to conscience, I guess.
But maybe, it could have been that he was helped word it. But then at that point, then it's like, well, who knows how he came up with it. But, Kelsey had seen the movie a bunch of times too, so I don't know if it was a conversation together, how that worked, but... Yeah, it just seems so deliberately chosen. I was wondering if there was, obviously there was no, well, not obviously, but they mentioned there's no shack involved in the crime. Yeah, there was no shack. There's not even anywhere, there's no shack anywhere near right where the crime scene is. And also, they were killed right where they were found. So, they were moved slightly. It wasn't like they were moved miles, but they were moved, and the crime scene was staged, but they were... just moved from a little bit of it's hard I don't know the exact amount. So what I'm saying is they weren't in some shack and then moved there later. Right. Yeah. My thought about it was I was trying to figure out if there was some clue in what he was saying about, I guess, if they were appealing to the conscience of the killer, maybe something at the crime scene indicated that there was some sort of sense of like remorse. I don't know what that would be. Well, that's a pretty interesting thought. That's an interesting thought. Like, maybe something at the crime scene. Yeah, maybe the way that apparently Abby was a little bit more like she was up against a tree or arms crossed, they've said. It's been out there so many times, I'm just saying it. So maybe in a situation like that, you might think, oh, he cared a little bit. He has some sort of remorse, and then maybe the movie would be a trigger for him to actually come forward. Something like that. Right. Yeah. Right, exactly. That was kind of my line of thinking. And it was also, I can't remember who it was, one of the early investigators mentioned that with regard to the crime scene that it was odd, which I thought was a very strange choice of words. Yeah, that was in my Scene of the Crime podcast. That was and I guess one thing that you could say would be odd about a crime scene, because that's a very strange description, would be that there was like some sort of
display of like remorse or guilty conscience or something after something so brutal.
Yeah, he said odd. You know what's funny? He said odd, and to me that was really important too. Like, the crime scene was very odd. He kept saying that over. That was Robert Ives. Just kept saying it over and over. Like, the crime scene was really odd. There was some, and that was so interesting, but it didn't get any play in the media or anything. But then, like, just weeks later, a month later, he said that there were signatures at the crime scene, some things that he would call signatures, and I was like, man, why didn't you say that on my show, or our podcast?
Yeah,
I don't know.
He went so far as to say something along the lines of, they asked him like what kind of signatures, and he said there were a few things. So that was also right. I don't know. He answered very quickly too, so it was like, like a few things.
A few things that he would consider to be signatures, I think is how he said it.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
okay, well, I just wanted to get your thoughts on that. I haven't seen the movie either. Maybe I'll watch it, but yeah, it sounds like there's either no connection or just a vague one there. But I thought it was interesting that he was so deliberate about mentioning that and what was probably a very well scripted statement.
Well, I think that was a pretty interesting thought you had about it being that the crime scene made him think maybe he could appeal to that other side, that they could kind of, I mean, you killed people, right? But maybe the way he left one of them made him think that there was some remnants of compassion in there somewhere that the movie might appeal to. So that's an interesting thought.
Yeah, for sure. And if they had the FBI involved, they've got a lot of experts that have done these kind of cases before, so they could, they're probably trying everything they can, and that's maybe one of the things to check off. Let's see if we can get him to come forward ourselves, which ironically he did. But
that'd be interesting if in trial or something they bring that up. Or that might not be something that they would bring up because it's a strategy, a technique, so I'm not sure that would be in there.
Yeah. It's also unfortunate that the trial is so far down the road. I mean, what they say, like January 2024 or something, it's like you have to assume that they have not an airtight case, but enough to assume, or my only guess would be that, as they've mentioned, it's still kind of an ongoing investigation, probably because there's, sort of...
I want to know what they've found on these phones now. I want to know about the ping information, because if he was looking at stock market, his phone would ping in the same location that Logan's would have, basically. Because it's like Logan lived there, and this guy would have been there that day. So it should have shown that he was there, and it should show... It'd be interesting to say if he said I was there from 1:30 to 3:30, and then it quit pinging. Did he turn it off? Wouldn't it be interesting if he turned it off at 2 o'clock, 2:05, right when the girls were on the bridge, right when they entered the bridge, he turns it off, and it quit pinging the tower? That would tell a story too, because people know that.
Yeah, definitely. The phones, I mean, I think it was Doug Carter, but they've mentioned that it's an extremely complicated case, and the way I interpreted that to mean that there's just a lot of like technology involved, which it's pretty obvious there is. I mean, they're probably following leads from cell phones, from social media, from Dropbox, you name it. I mean, that takes a long time to gather all that data and sift through it. So
yeah,
I'm sure they have troves of data that they just need to work through, but yeah, I'm glad they have at least a prime suspect.
Hey, what was your name again?
Mike.
Mike. Well, hey, Mike. That was a interesting phone call. I appreciate it. Some good ones tonight.
Yeah. Hey.
Awesome.
Yeah, I'll keep watching you right now, and just hopefully they release little bits of information. But I know they have to protect the integrity of the case, and there's probably other leads they're following based on this this tragedy as well. So
yeah. I'm sure.
All right, man. Well, have a good night. It was good talking to you.
You too. Thanks a lot. Appreciate it.
All right, bye.
Mike. Hey, there you go. We have some good calls tonight. Lillian's got some competition. Hey, what's going on? Anyways, that's going to be the last call. We've already been on here for 3 hours and 54 minutes. Yeah, we've gone over the timeline of this day. This tonight was the fourth time, and every time it's again, it's worse in my mind for Richard Allen. And it's not even just in my mind, it really is horrendous for Richard Allen. Okay? Wait a minute. I was having a mental breakdown when I said I was standing on platform 1. Well, how did you even know to say platform 1? What made you think of it, Richard Allen? Yeah. It's not 5 or 6. Well, listen, here's the problem. I don't do the marketing stuff of this show. Like, I don't go around and go, hey, look at everybody here. Look. So, unfortunately, I don't get the jillions of people watching garbage, okay? You guys find me because you're like, oh, great, Gray's going to put together something reasonable. So you come over here and watch the show, and we're looking at it in the right way. There it is. So thank you. What am I looking at, Annabelle? Oh, because I said look. What are you talking about, Garden Girl 9? What do you got, Garden Girl 9? What's going on, Garden Girl 9? What's going on? I don't, just how I hear it. I don't even know what that means, Tanya. Gotta have a whole sentence there. What did we learn today? We learned that Richard Allen had a shitload of cell phones that they collected at his house. That he, after he told his wife that he committed the murders multiple times, he told his wife that he killed the girls. He realized his mistake, so then he claimed he was crazy, and then he started eating documents to make himself even seem more crazy. Thanks, Zozo, for 40 months. Yeah. And what was the other one? There was a few different elements. I'm going to have to go look those. That one document pretty much has it all in it. What was the other part? Well, it doesn't say he confessed to his mother in the document, Tito, so not sure where you're getting that. Oh, really? They were showing my Kylie Rodney video? Yeah. Oh, yeah, nothing but love. If you can if you consider a thorn in your side love, then yes, that's the. Yeah, he confessed to his wife. We know that, but somebody said up there he told his mother. I don't know what that means. Never seen that. Why is confessing on a recorded line? I mean, oh, something's not adding. Hey, look at Bear told us something's not adding up, you guys. Things aren't adding up. That's the conspiracy mantra. Things aren't adding up. Something just doesn't seem right. Things aren't adding up. That's when you know a conspiracy is happening, everybody. A conspiracy of untold natures is among us. He probably thought he was just talking to his wife. Things aren't adding up. Maybe he wasn't paying attention. Right, yeah. He's thinking about all the crap he did. He's like, yada, 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 yada. Hey, honey, I killed him. Yeah. You also like being banned from a channel. Are you still going to upload the story of the 70s back in Spokane? I don't even know what that means. What does that even mean right there? Italian girl. Type in a full sentence. I don't even have any idea what that means. Going to upload the story of the 70s back in Spokane. Oh yeah, I mean a bunch of victims in Spokane. Did I not do that show? I don't even know what that means. Yeah. If Koberger... Listen, I've gone over that probable cause document, and today it had more information in it. I've gone over it so many times right now that even without the bullet, I would convict Richard Allen of the information that was just in that probable cause document. I would. I don't need the bullet in between the bodies. That's just sort of gravy there. You mentioned on the video above to go that something about murders that happens. What? You mentioned in the video above? What video above? What are you talking about? I have no idea what you're saying, Italian girl. I apologize. You're going to have to... You mentioned in the video above to go that something about murders that happened in Spokane, Washington. Huh? Can somebody help? I don't do it, man. I can't. The code's not working for me tonight. Somebody's going to have to help out. Oh, on a playlist? Oh. Hey, great. You notice the two guns? One had 8 bullets in. The other one had 9. He forgot to replace the bullet that he spent out of the ground. I don't remember it saying in the that they had how many bullets were in them. And I don't know if, people don't always load it all the way up every time. Yeah. All right. Anyways, that is going to do it, you guys. Man, that was a long one. What is it? What are we at now? And thanks for all your support, your generosity on there. Very kind. How about I'll do another 5 memberships because of you guys. Where is it? That way I don't have anything down. It's too hard for me to collect all the names. And there we go. That's okay. I just don't know what you mean. You did a video about a month ago, and in the beginning of the video, you mentioned something that happened. Oh, man, I have no idea. Man. There you go. Who's going to get it tonight? Oh, yeah, we got CJK, JJ, Christina, Kimberly, Jerome, and Marie Davis. Awesome. Well, now you guys have access to the emojis down below. They're custom emojis. All right, so thank you to Metalman Joe 59. Hey, what else did you guys notice? There was some other bigger thing that we talked about. I just can't remember what it was. It's basically in that 9 megabyte file, has all the really kind of interesting pieces in there. And then you've got the search warrant. I mean the items found at the home that they collected. So thanks to Caligal3 with a double cat eye, Shirley Matthews, new member, Texas Annie, Court K, Kevin, Teresa Murray, Vintage Mama 3, new member, Kim M, Mama She 13, Tania Animus, Danielle, Vintage Mama of 3, Elaine, Jean Darcy, Phony Pin, Eugenie gifted 5 memberships. Thank you. Robert Richbird, 8675309.
Hey, Allah, hey, Allah.
Mama She 13, Janet Drums, then Carla Hussey with a double cat eye as well. Thank you so much. And Live Free or Die, a new member. Sally, Danielle again. Love the Sun, Danielle. Mama She 13, Carolina T. Carolina T actually is the one that makes those, like this one of blue right here. She made this one. Isn't that awesome? Look at that. Look how good that. I mean, it looks just like blue over there. See that? Yeah. So let me get that fixed over there. Mark Willis, Emily Flotilla, Never Illa, Caligal 3, Cheated No More, Gloria Batari, Mag with a double cat eye, Emily Flotilla gifted a membership, K-Me, Amanda Johnson, Deborah Blum Rogers, Papa Q, Cairo shows up and blamed it all again on Anadarko oil. Then Bama Forever with a cat eye, Nona 617. I gifted 5 membership. Deborah Blum Rogers, Mama She 13 with a cat eye, John Dunn. Zozo 40 months. Marlene 8 months. Lady Lactuca 20. And then me again donated 5 memberships. Alright, anyways, thank you guys so much. You got the end of the month coming up here on the 30th, and then we'll be sending more money into various charities and also the DNA Fund yet again. If you missed last night's show with Dr. Colleen Fitzpatrick and the Whiz Kid Wonder Genetic Genealogist, Senior Genetic Genealogist, Misty Gillis from also Identifinders International, you should check that out, and you can hear about the cases that we are continuing to fund and ones that we're still trying to get answers on, like Addison County Doe, where it's from 1934, a mother and 2 children wrapped up in a awning and discarded, and they were never reported missing, and there's never been an arrest made or anything in the case. And so just by identifying who they are will probably lead to what happened to them. But they're not identified, and we're the enrichment is how we have to proceed, and it's in the process of being developed at the Intermountain Forensics, the place that we use. All right, there you go. It's good stuff. All right, you guys. Well, thank you all for being here tonight. I really appreciate you, and thank you, mods. It didn't look like it was too troll heavy, although I wasn't looking at the chat most of the time. So hopefully there wasn't too many. And you know, for those that had drama out there tonight, it's no big deal. Tomorrow's a different day. Like I always say, it's like Thanksgiving in here. Some nights we're arguing, and then right after that we're watching the football game together, also arguing again whose team is better. But you know what I'm saying. We all it's all fun hanging out together. We cover crazy cases, really difficult subject matter, but sometimes we find time to laugh when it's not about the cases. Sometimes it is when it's a stupid criminal or something. But we're always try to be as respectful as possible to the actual victims in cases. Yeah. All right. Okay, everybody. Well, thank you all for being here. It's really, I thought it was pretty interesting news. It was good to go back over again with the more wording in the timeline. And, man, they got the right guy, you guys. They got the right guy. Are there more involved, though? That's the question. All right? Maybe Richard Allen. I would be okay if Richard Allen cut a deal to not get the death penalty if it led to other people that were involved. As long as it was like life in prison without parole for him. Because this isn't one of those murder for hire type things. This is everybody was part of something. So I'd be absolutely pumped if something Richard Allen said led to Keegan Kline having something upgraded on him, except I think that he actually was the one that led to Richard Allen somehow, and thus what's going on in his case. But it's all on the down low, and it's like that intentionally because of where he might be serving prison time. There might be people in there that would take him out if they knew that he snitched. So anyways, yeah, it's just a theory. Alright everybody, thank you for being here. We'll see you guys later, and as I always say, everybody, until next time, be safe out there. And a 1 and a 2 and a 3 and a 4 and a 5 and a 6. Well, make sure to hit that like button and subscribe on the way out the door. Hey, look at, we're not getting any music. Where is it? Oh yeah, there's not going to be any music because I switched out the drive. So hold on, we're going to have to get him playing. How about just the bunny tonight? Hold on a second. Let me start that over again. There we go. Here we go. Let's do the bunny again. Doom do doom doom doom. I'm on the keys. I'm not a skeezer. I'm most definitely not a. Can't say it. That's the right rap for this song, though. By Too Short. Too Short rap goes with this one. Size of money, honey. It wasn't never funny. Alright, everybody. Thanks for being here tonight. We'll see you tomorrow, and be safe out there.
Good night, everybody. Gosh, Gray, I didn't even get a call in.
Well, you don't need to call in. You just start talking. You ever notice that, Mary Lou? There's no phone.
Well, that's a good point, Gray. Good night, everybody. Gee.
Oh, my God. Mary Lou showing up at the end.
What, Gray? I can't say anything?
I didn't say you couldn't say anything.
Well, you seem like you're upset when I said something.
Oh, here we go, everybody. Here we go. Anyways, thank you guys very much for your generosity and supporting the channel. I really appreciate it. All right. Be safe out there.